everybody. Just, excuse me. Alright, that's more like it. Excuse me. I just had to make sure that my mic was actually going to work. Hey, Mechacon. Sorry I haven't gotten to catch much of what you've been streaming lately. I didn't even get to look at some of your magazine VODs or anything. Yeah, I decided I'm probably not going to stream much in the. I'm probably not going to stream late so much as. Let me set the timer. I'm gonna play. I usually play Mario 64 for a half hour. Let's put in a good 90 minutes. And excuse me. I guess I need to adjust. I didn't consider this. I need to adjust. There we go. Yeah, just need to adjust this. I didn't consider. I usually don't play for more than an hour at the beginning of a certain game, so I have to adjust my little setup. There we go. That's more like it.
I'm tired.
I know, Mario. So was I last stream. Because I don't know, I've been getting pretty mixed results in terms of my stamina when I stream late, because, you know, on the West Coast, it's like, what, like 7, but for me it's 10 at night, and that's usually when I'm starting to wind down my day. Let's see. Alright, we're good to go. Yeah, I'm not used to playing for more than an hour before, yeah, we got up to 65 stars. I say, hey, let's play a full hour and a half and see if I can finish the game. Because I enjoy the little Mario 64 warm-ups, but I would like to move on to a different title. Let's look at our scoreboard and see what we've got here. Bob and Battlefield, we got everything and the 100 coin star. Okay, Wom's Fortress, everything and the 100 coin star. Jolly Roger Bay, everything 100 coin star. Cool Cool Mountain, all we're missing is the 100 coin star. Alright, let's give this one shot. Oh, and I do have, we are having a hard beverage tonight. I've got some Coca-Cola Energy. I usually don't drink energy or caffeine, but I bought this for a cross-country drive that I thought I was going to be going on and just, you know, like imminently. But it ended up not happening, and so I just have this can of Coke Energy, which sounds like something worse than it is. Coca-Cola Energy, we'll use the full name there. So I had this can of Coca-Cola Energy that was just sitting around, and I normally don't drink things like that. So it was sitting around for well over a month, and I was like, alright, let me just go ahead and just drink this, and if I'm gonna drink it, I might as well drink it on stream. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna stick to afternoon streams from now on. Afternoon local time. Oh, you read a British Sega mag. Oh, you know what? I read a British. You probably saw it already, or if you didn't, whatever. I'm not trying to say that. Oh, you should have seen it, but I do have a. I did do a reading of a British computer and video game magazine. It wasn't Sega-centric, but there was a lot of Sega stuff in there, being from the UK in the early 90s. I remember there being a lot more coins in the shortcut area than there actually turned out to be. Oh, that's just a one. Oh, we missed most of the good stuff. I would assume so. I would assume so. Like, I mean, I got this thinking I was about to go on a 12-hour drive, which didn't happen. And it wasn't like, oh, we're going someplace fun. It was something where it was a ferrying mission where I would have had to take someone who can't travel by themselves. So it's not like I was going to go on vacation or something like that. It was, you know, it was a responsibility to take this drive. But it turned out not to. Plans changed, and so it ended up not quite happening. And so I just had this can sitting around. I didn't look at the nutrition facts. I just know this is going to be the last drink like this I have in a very long time. I haven't had a drink like this since, since like a couple months ago I had one on stream, and that time I got it just because I was interested to see how Coke Energy tasted as opposed to regular Coca-Cola. Shoot, that's ridiculous. So Mecha Kong, holy butts. I mean, I'm the one who bought it because it said Coca-Cola Energy, and I was expecting to need some kind of stimulant to improve my chances of staying awake. I mean, theoretically, could I get... I just considered this. Could I... Oh no! I died. No, because I was just thinking, like, wait, could I get...
Mamma mia!
They enjoy sweet things in general. If a doorworm and their host were living out in the country or in an unindustrialized part of the world, maybe, where fizzy drinks weren't common, they'd probably be surprised by it at first. You know, like, oh, the drink spat at me a bit, you know, or something like that, but they'd probably be amused by it once they got used to it. They'd probably just be interested in, like, oh, it's bubbling in my mouth, ooh. So, okay. We're gonna take that. Yeah, we got it. No, I just never considered, is it possible... Could I get 100 coins just doing the slide over and over? Because that would be a really... Because I already got more than half my coins just... I'm like nearly there already just from the slide. I did not think it would be this easy. Yeah, I'm not big in... I don't drink a lot of Coke. Well, I rarely drink Coke. When I do, it's usually an import Mexican Coke that uses cane sugar. And I don't drink a lot of caffeine, so it's just really strange, I guess, just to even have this super high caffeine energy drink sitting around. And it's like, okay, I don't know when I'm gonna drink it or whatever, so I might as well just do it on stream. Yeah, I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I know there's sponsorships out there where... Or bounties, where you could like drink a certain drink and just have a camera be on the drink as you're drinking it. Oh, I remembered that I helped the snowman. That's nice. 75, 77. Oh wait, why is it? I did not think it would start me sliding. I did not want to. I mean, this is a relatively easy to do so far. I'm not many coins away from completing the star. I mean, oh, I don't want to one-up. It's like, one-up. If this was a traditional, like, older Mario game, like Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, or 3, a one-up would actually be a nice prize, but I'm not going up. Oh, wow. No, I'm not going for it. I'm not going for that. I know that's a trap. I know that's a trap waiting to happen. Now, is the gondola still up here? I can't tell if it's there or if it's just not. Yeah, it's not even there. I guess the gondola isn't even loaded from the angle I was at. I do know there's one red coin. Yeah, you would. I've seen them add. I remember once in the late '90s. This is like what's like Jolt Cola era, right? They had a water, like a caffeinated water, and it was called Water Joe. And I don't even think it wasn't even flavored or anything. It wasn't like flavored water. That was a more like 2006 era thing when they started making flavored water to become a trend. But yeah, it was a caffeinated water called Water Joe. And I got it just to see if it tasted any different from regular water. I don't even think it tasted different. I mean, I'm the kind of kid that... I did drink more Coke and stuff like that as as a kid. There we go. Perfectly timed. If we could just... I'm just afraid of what'll happen if I get the 100th coin in the slide. 86. Hey, Tundex. Oh, I'm doing good. I'm probably not gonna do... Because I'm on the East Coast, I was doing streams later at night. I was trying to... I do one stream in the afternoon, like now, and then earlier in the week I would do a stream, like, starting at 10, and it just varied so much how I felt by then. Because at 10, I'm normally not up at, like, 11, like... By, like, 11, late... Like, 10:30, I'm starting to wind down and get ready to go to bed, typically. Or at least to chill in my pajamas for a minute before I go to bed, so... I don't know, the late night stream, sometimes it went okay, sometimes I was just so low energy that I felt my gameplay and my, okay, only 2 points away. We're gonna spend, well, at least, well, I am. You can go, oh my gosh. Oh, you're really gonna make me come all the way back up. Okay, good, good. There we go.
Here we go.
Yes, I do want to save. Okay, so we have now 100%ed the stage. Oh, I forgot about the blue coins over there. I could have got this even faster. This is a much easier level. I'm gonna spend an hour and a half, well, an hour 20 at this point. Usually I spend a half hour at the beginning of each stream. I might get 1 or 2 stars, sometimes 0 stars. And I'm like, you know what? It's almost the end of the month. I want to move on to other things. I've been playing Mario 64 in little chunks for a long time now. I would rather exit the stage using... Yeah, I'd rather exit the stage using getting a power star and not spend a life, because some of the stages I go to I may burn a lot of lives in. We'll see. There we go.
Here we go.
I was waiting because of the duck going wah, the penguin wah, wah. I was hoping that it would go wah the second you said here we go, but I guess it cancels out the other sound effects at that moment. Alright, 66 stars. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. We've 100%ed the first 4. Big Boo's Haunt. Let's go into Big Boo's Haunt. See. Beneath the Lava Land, all we're missing is 100 coins there. Shifting Sand Land. Yeah, it does sound a little Mickey Mouse-like. And it's kind of interesting how sort of the parallels between Mario and Mickey Mouse. Just how, like, Mickey Mouse's outfit and Mario's outfit, like the clothes they wear, like, were both kind of dictated by the technology of the time. Because Mickey Mouse was made to be able to stand out so you could see him move and his different body parts move clearly in black and white. And then Mario, you know, his hat was made so he wouldn't have to show his hair have momentum if he fell. Now, I remember the first time I came in this room, right? I was just blown away, but I'm like, oh my gosh, it's the Lakitu brothers, like the cameraman for the beginning of the game. They actually remembered that he was supposed to be in the game and that he's supposed to be following Mario. And they could have easily, if they didn't put him in the reflection here, I don't think anyone would have faulted them or even really thought about it. But the fact that they remembered to put him here, and the fact that I forgot how, well, this whole mirror effect in general is just kind of incredible. Now I don't think I even realized, yes, there's a painting in the reflection, but not in real life. But then if you jump into the wall, then you get warped into the new world. Now, I remember this being a really tough stage. I don't remember... Maybe it went in the DS version, because even my memories of the DS version have possibly faded even more than with the... Oh. Do I have to... Is this just a matter of... Is this just a maze? Okay. This is funny because it looks so obvious, but this is relying a lot on... There we go. That was almost too easy.
Here we go.
I mean, not that I... 67? We have only 3 more stars until we beat the game. What's that? Okay, so we got a star already. That was supposed to be the 3rd star. I mean, they put it right in your face. To the point where it's impossible to end the deep freeze.
Let's go.
Now, I did see Kyle TX500 playing this stage recently. So I'm not... So this is the first time I've played the N64 version of this since back in the day, but I have seen... Oh my god. No, look at this thing. I did not realize as a kid that that was supposed to be a purse. I mean, mind you, at the time, I was playing this on a big TV, but it was like a big TV that was maybe 20 years old in 97. So it was probably a big color TV, but it was from the late 70s. I don't know, these freaky snowman things, they remind me so much of Terrence and Phillip from South Park. Like the heads and like the beady eyes. Like, what is this even supposed to be? What is that supposed to be? I don't even... Okay, so Starman, DLX, you've been playing Mario 64? This is my... yeah, this is my first time playing this since the 90s. And because I remember you followed me last time when I was playing this. And this is my first time playing this stage since the 90s. I did play the DS remake. I've been getting more stars than I planned on. Normally lately I've been playing this game for about a half hour at the start of my streams. Wow. Kyle had a lot of trouble with that, but I was able to do it pretty easily. Now let's see if I can get past this. There's this barrier up here that's really... Now, have you been playing this on emulation? Like PC emulation? Or have you been playing it on an N64, an original hardware and cartridge? Or have you been playing this on the 3D All-Stars? You know, part of my motivation for starting to play this when I did. Now, Kyle, when he was playing this, he had a huge problem with the camera. Oh, you got 3D All-Stars. So did you get the digital because you just wanted to play it? Or did you get the physical version to be able to play it and perhaps have that little added bonus of potential resale value? The key to Mario... The key to... Okay. So now we fixed the camera angle here. Hey, who's there? Who's climbing on me? It's an ice-cold ant? A snow flea? Whatever it is, it's bugging me. I think I'll blow it away. So why? Apparently this penguin... Ah, shucks. No, it's not... Yeah, apparently... Oh, physical? Good going. Good going, grabbing the physical one. I don't know, it's just... On one hand, it's good. It's not bad to have access to these games. And you just want to play the game, right? Regardless of any sort of, politics, so to speak. But then it can get real frustrating when it's like, you know, not wanting to, I guess, reward bad behavior on part of Nintendo, so to speak. In terms of making them think, okay, well, it worked for Mario All-Stars, let's do this for more games, have this digital limited run format. I guess, wow, you know, I wonder if maybe Kyle's playing a different build of this game. You just ordered all 3 of the Shantae games from Limited Run. You like to have, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's more than annoying. Like, you could say just physical limited, you could just, I've heard people were talking, we're just disparagingly about physical limited run things. Now there's digital limited run. At least physical limited run, there's a physical good that, yes, okay, it's been, you know, limited to a certain number, because we can only manufacture so many, or it may only be economical to manufacture a certain number of them. But now it's like... Oh, gosh. I almost would have rather gotten blown away. Oh, come on. Come on. That was some garbage right there. Cause that just stole that just stole it from you. Just like, oh, okay, you're there. Okay, we'll just arrest control from you and hold you responsible for having fallen off the stage. Okay. Please. Okay, let me collect the points. There we go. Just wanted to restore a little health before I went back up there. And this way. There's the ice boy. I forgot. The specific spot I fell at is so different from where I was last. Okay. We'll come out this way. There we go. There was that little bit of geometry that would, like, guide me towards the, that ice conveyor belt thing. Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna give limited run games and similar companies grief again for having physical limited run now that Nintendo's opened the floodgates, potentially, of, like... I mean, the hope is that this is just a once... And I was on a game community where there were people that were defending the physical, like, the limited run nature of Mario 3D All-Stars being digital as well as physical, saying, like... And they were saying that if you were criticizing this, you're being irrational because Nintendo's obviously just going to release these games digitally, separately. And I'm like, well, you can't assume that that's going to be the case. And it's like, well, yes you can, because it wouldn't make sense if they didn't. And I'm like, you keep saying that we're being irrational for saying the games are going to be unavailable once Nintendo pulls 3D All-Stars from the eShop. And where's your evidence that the games are going to be available to be purchased separately after 3D All-Stars is taken off the eShop? And they're basically their response. This is multiple people saying, oh, I don't need proof because it makes sense. And I'm like, well, why does it make sense? Well, it makes sense because, like, they're saying it makes, they were using circular logic to assume that 3D All-Stars would be available, well, the games that were in 3D All-Stars would be available for separate digital purchase once 3D All-Stars was taken away. And so they're saying, like, it makes sense because it's obvious, and it's obvious because it makes sense. It's pretty much what they're saying. So it's like, oh, you're being irrational for not assuming that the games would be available separately. But they had no proof, and they said, I don't need proof because it obviously makes sense. And I'm like, well, if it makes sense, like, what logic are you using that it makes sense that they would be available separately? And they were just saying the same things over and over. And it's like, dude, it's like if you... Okay, we're two astronomers, right? We've both got telescopes. And I said this before the whole potential life on Venus thing broke. So I'm saying, okay, we both have telescopes. We both look at Venus. We both see that it's covered in clouds. My observation is that Venus is covered in clouds. Your observation is Venus is covered in clouds, therefore there could be rainforests under the clouds. And I'm like, what is your proof that they're rainforests? You can't see anything. And their proof is, well, I can't see anything, therefore there could be rainforests under there. And it's like, my observation is based on what I see with the equipment I have. Your observation is based on an assumption that you have no proof to support other than your own lack of evidence. But lack of evidence being proof of something is, oh my gosh, they're just... I feel like I'm spending too much time on that star. And I only have a couple stars left. I'm not trying to go for 120, I just need 70. And now Kyle ended up learning the backwards long jump on the fly at the behest of chat. And ended up beating the game that way. And bless him for doing that, because it seems to be a relatively easy thing to do. But just the idea of learning a speedrun strat on the fly, just on a whim, and then using that to beat the game, just amused me so much. So I'm really proud of him for doing that, even though yeah, so I don't even begrudge him not getting all 70 intended stars. There's such an extreme lack of balance in the difficulty of some of these stars. And with Mario Odyssey, that's not so bad because there are tons of easy stars to get, moons to get, and they're also more challenging moons to get. And I've seen people complain that the game in general is too easy to get moons, but there are a lot of moons that I guess are supposed to be relatively easy that I've spent, you know, a good hour and many, like, probably multiple dozens of failed attempts trying to get. So I guess it's all relative. I mean, okay, let's see. 68. You only need 2 more stars. Let's see if we could grab any in Rainbow Ride. Now, Rainbow Ride's going to be... Okay, that's the way... That's the path to get... Yeah, that's the path to get... I mean, I think I'm significantly closer to 70 stars. I think Kyle was at, like, what, 60 or something? Whereas I'm at 68, so I'm way closer to getting the full 70 than Kyle was at the time he did his, Cruise Across the Rainbow. Big House in the Sky. Oh, wow, I didn't even... I'd love to know what the first star actually technically is, then. Because I just went for what seemed to be the most obvious, star to go to. Man, 100 coins in this stage must be... I can only imagine how difficult that must be. Oh, okay. That's our first death of the night. Let's go for this. I guess I might as well actually just jump off the platform because I've had more consistent results. Now, I don't know if that flamethrower starts at a certain... triggers at a certain point, or if it's just, you know, on a semi-random thing, at which point the, it triggers... Alright. Just jump on again over here. Oh my god! Okay. I had the right idea, I just had too much momentum. I panicked like a frame before I dedicated to the jump because it was clear that the carpet was about to despawn from lack of me being on there. Yeah, I'm probably... If I see Mario 3D All-Stars and I have the money, I'll get it. There are other things I'd rather spend my money on right now. And that's just for the money I can bear to lose. Like, I'm getting a Nintendo Switch Online subscription specifically for Super Mario Bros. 35, which I will be playing on stream and probably off stream practicing as well. Yeah, Mario 35 is what will get me to bite the bullet. Okay, that was... If that was on 3DS and I had proper depth perception, I probably wouldn't have bungled that. I mean, these are the same mistakes I was making when I did the first star I got, which was Big House in the Sky. And that was a tough... Oh my god, that was a tough star. But we've got 29 lives left. I doubt we'll need to stock up on lives at any point. And the only real way lives would matter is if I was in, like, the final Bowser stage, right? And I had to go, and I was just losing so many lives on the final Bowser fight. Oh, thanks for the 100 bits, Starman. Deeply appreciated. Never at all necessary. And, you know, because, just being here is, more than I could ask for, and I'm very fortunate to, already have a pretty solid stable of, regulars at this point, so thank you a whole lot. I need to get some, I don't know, I kind of didn't expect getting bits, so I don't have anything custom set up. I do need to get on that, though. But I do look forward to, in the relatively near future, I have no idea what's even over here. I don't even know idea what I'm heading towards. Okay, whatever's up there, I'm assuming... Hey, Serial Loris! Yeah, this is my first time playing Mario 64 since the 90s. Not this particular session, but this particular playthrough, which I started about a month ago. I did a couple of streams where I spent the whole stream, most of the stream on it. You're playing the PS2 port of Super Mario on your fat PS2. There's a PS2 port of Super Mario, of Mario 64 or something else. This is the first I've heard of this, so I'm interested to hear about this. I'm using Streamlabs. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs.
Mamma mia!
Yeah, it's not hard to set things up. I've set up custom things before. I just didn't set up anything for bits because I didn't think I'd be getting them so soon. So, Serial Wars, is this a port of... So is this an emulated... So is this Mario 64 running... Okay, you answered my question already. I see it now. Since the source code was leaked, people have been recompiling it for various hardware. You know, I almost wish that the source code had leaked a bit later, because there was that project to sort of reverse engineer the source code using, you know, the publicly available ROM that they've been working on for years. And so I hope, like, theoretically, I hope Nintendo now doesn't try to claim that, oh, you're using this project, which is just observing the publicly available software to reverse engineer the source code, is using the leaked source code and then try to use that as a legal basis to take it down. But as far as I'm aware, Nintendo hasn't gone after anyone for... I mean, they haven't gone after anyone for showing the actual, like, GigaLeak materials yet. They may eventually go after, like, specific people that were responsible for the actual hacking. So it runs... Okay, I'd love to... I have to look online if you know, there are any videos that Nintendo hasn't taken down. Because Nintendo has taken down videos of unlicensed ports. But as far as, like, the actual original materials from Nintendo, like prototype games and beta software and stuff, Nintendo hasn't issued any C&Ds as far as I'm aware. And hopefully it does stay that way. Alright, just don't get the Nintendo ninjas coming after you if you can avoid it. Because, oh man, he ran right off the cliff. I guess he was following some of my gameplay advice. There's a PS3 port too. That's so interesting. And now I wonder, here's what I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see if someone could pull off a PlayStation 1 port. That I'm interested in. There have been people working on like a... Oh wow, here we go. Only one more star. I did not think I'd be burning through these stars so fast. Yeah, PS3. I'm interested to see if they could pull off the PlayStation 1 port of Mario 64. Where will our last star be? Let's go to Hazy Maze Cave. Let's go there. I don't know, I just feel like going there. Yes, there are a number of stars I didn't grab there. Or we could go for... How about... Let's see, where's a level I feel like I can get 100 stars and 100 coins in relatively easily? Dire Docks. Dire Docks, Shifting Sandland, Beat the Lava Land, Hazy... Yeah, let's go to Hazy Maze Cave. We barely scratched the surface of that. We only need one more star. Oh, okay. Let's go into the basement. And, by the way, if I need to adjust the volume, if, like, the game is too quiet or too loud, or my voice is too quiet or too loud, feel free to tell me. Because even though I think I'm the only person who watches my own VODs, it does annoy me when I go back, and I was sure as heck that I was balanced good, but it turns out I wasn't. Okay, this is not... Did I talk to you yet? You already recovered that many stars. Way to go, Mario. Alright, alright. Volume set's good on your end. Okay, thanks. Thanks for the audio check. It's so funny how these little rabbits became sort of actual plot characters. Oh my gosh, that's not... Well, let's see, what do we... Free flying for 800 coins. Okay, let's go for this. Let's go for this. And if I die, I'll just go ahead. Okay. Free flying for 8 red coins. And if I don't make it out of here... Okay, that's 1. I feel like I might as well get the the air-based ones, because I feel like those are going to be the more perilous ones to collect. Oh, you watch the VODs? Oh, well, I mean, well, thanks. Yeah, because I'll go back to look at it just to, like, make sure I guess, make sure I'm not, don't look like too much of a loser, like, make sure my, you know, my mic is alright and the audio's good. There we go. I just want to refresh my win cap. Really... Oh no! Oh no! Oh. Okay. Alright. Well, it's nice to get a sense of, yeah, it's nice to get a sense of how people are using my VODs, so I know it's actually worth, putting them up still. And, plus, just having them up, if anyone's interested, what? That's an unlisted YouTube channel that has my... I don't know, I'm just interested in this particular level for some reason. On that particular star. Just because it seems like a decent challenge. And plus I got through... I didn't think I'd get this close to getting 70 stars this quickly. And I did plan on playing up to a half an hour of this. I mean, if I beat the game, I'm gonna move on to Klonoa. Because I plan to stream at least, like, 90... Like, last stream was kind of short because it was later at night. And I'm not a night person. And I was basically setting up just to stream. And usually I'm alright when I do that, but last time it didn't go so hot. Klonoa was fun. It was a really comfy platformer. A little more puzzly than Klonoa 2, which is the only other Klonoa game I've played. And I made it like an hour and a half in, so I got 90 minutes in. That's like the length of a standard movie. So I think of it that way. I provide at least a standard motion picture's worth of content. But compared to how a typical, like, traditional stream goes, it was a really short stream. And even for me, I rarely stream... Like, it's kind of an event when I go on for more than... When I go for more than 4.5 hours, it's kind of an event for me. But even for me, that was pretty short last time. And I know... Oh no! How could I keep making the same mistake over and over? Yeah, how I do my VODs on YouTube is I just post them unlisted. The actual playlist is visible publicly, but I don't want to present my VODs as though they're my intended YouTube content. I know it's been a little weird for YouTube, because I don't know, it's like when I announced I was coming back, like, that video got, like, hundreds of views, but then when I started making material again, it was, like, some of it was barely getting into the double digits. So I wasn't sure how interested people were, or if the material was any good, or what. And then that's a dish. I mean, doing stuff that I'm satisfied with just takes so much time. And then the stuff I'm satisfied with is so below the tier of... I don't know, like, the time when... Like, the kind of videos, YouTube videos I used to make, or am prone to making now, are just so different than what's, like, viable on YouTube nowadays. Because I remember, like, when I was on YouTube, and, like, well, I mean, my earliest YouTube video was, like, 2007, but, oh my gosh, I did not, if I just, okay, that's not what I intended to happen. Yeah, like, because I remember when I would have that intro card on my videos, I just have a little MIDI jingle of pictures of an exhibition that said, you know, Super Change Station Age, it was blue, and I just revoiced the MIDI to be like sort of a synth sound. And I remember when people were actually genuinely impressed by that. Is like how long ago I was making that. I think I had a 4 megapixel Kodak camera. It wasn't even a video camera. It was just a camera then the video function was just a kind of an extra feature. And I mean, to be fair, some of my most popular videos, like I know my Mario Galaxy live reaction. I have a video of the live reveal to the live reaction to Mario Galaxy. Oh yeah, yeah, those actually were not sunglasses. Those actually had no UV protection at all in them. Those were a special filter because it's related to disability stuff. Like for years I experienced complex migraines, which I've been told was a possible you know, just something that comes along with being on the autism spectrum in some cases. And so from, let's say, 2002 up until 2011, and there's this whole system of different filters, and the ones I ended up, because I got tested with, like, there was a special machine that was, like, testing me, and the one they prescribed to me ended up being the ones that looked the most like sunglasses, which made high school fantastic, with teachers and security guards constantly, like, getting upset at me and trying to tell me to take my glasses off. And it made getting a job literally impossible. And, like, even when you try to explain that to them, and then, like, when you look like I do, and then I'm wearing dark glasses, people are gonna think certain things. And then when I say on top of that, oh, like, I'm autistic, like, that makes it even worse and leads to even more questions. So, I'm not falling for that a third time. And then, and so when, like, it came to a point where I went a couple of years without having a complex migraine. And if you're not familiar, like, a complex migraine, basically, to people watching, like, complex migraine symptoms, like, can resemble a stroke. It can be really, like, well, it was scary the first time it happened to me when I was a little kid. But to people looking on, people thought I was having a stroke, and they took me to, like, the emergency room, and the doctors were trying to figure out what was happening to me. You know, yeah, some people, well, I guess, because I'm here doing something I'm really interested in, I'm probably a lot more lit up than I usually am. When I tell people I'm on the spectrum, when they tend to either be like, oh, like, that was just extremely obvious to me, or they had no idea. It's like no in between. Either people were like, oh yeah, like, you were, like, just extremely obviously, like, on the spectrum, or they have no idea. It tends to either be one or the other. Yeah, and, well, the thing is, it's not like the kind of, it was never the kind of, like, when I wasn't getting jobs for it, it was never like them saying something to me where I could tangibly prove, oh, it was because of my glasses. It was just, oh, I just coincidentally didn't get the job, and I coincidentally wasn't able to get jobs, because there came a point in, like, 2011, where I had gone, no, in 2010, I went a full year without having a complex migraine, and I was like, okay, if I can make it another year without having any symptoms, I'm going to stop wearing them and see if I do alright. And then a year later, I hadn't suffered any symptoms, so I stopped wearing them, and it's intense sometimes, but I've been able to make do without them, so, and plus, oh my gosh, yeah, it probably does depend if the person has any experience with it or not. Okay. I'm intense. Okay, I'm intent on getting this particular star now for some reason, because just the weird geometry of that pyramid has messed me up in so many ways. Because, like, it's, like, there's slopes in this game, but something about the way they programmed the interactions with that pyramid, it is like the second you touch that pyramid surface, like any angled surface on the pyramid, It's like you lose all your momentum and are just sent on your momentum just kind of cancels the second you make even the slightest contact with a sloped edge on that pyramid. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. No comment. Why did it cancel out my... Alright.
Mamma mia! Let's go!
Yeah, if you PM that to me, yeah, if you PM it to me, I'll, copy the, or whisper it to me or whatever, I'll, copy the link in there, because I don't have a single mod yet, because I just, like, this right here is, like, the most people I've ever, among the times, one of the most populated and busy times I've ever had in chat, or just in terms of, viewer count. So I really just haven't had any mods yet. Like, a couple of times I got, like, links to, like, offshore Bitcoin casinos or something, and I just manually deleted the link myself. So I really, but I did, have to, can... Oh, gosh. Yeah, if you post... Yeah, whisper me the link, and maybe after, it would be such a shame to... Oh, no. Almost. Not quite, though. Almost. Now we're just trying to make it back the other way, and I am going to have to, Alright, yeah, after... Yeah, in like 44 minutes, like when we finish with Mario 64, or when I finish with this game, I hope to finish. I really want to finish it today. I really do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I really do want to finish this today. Start planning my save spots. There we go. And I'm not going to jump. I'm going to play it safe. Glad these aren't instant death like they are. I think in Mario Galaxy, getting crushed by these is instant death. I should have stayed where I was at. Let's see, I've got 2 so far, not bad. But we just need to restore our health a bit. Okay. Those are so weird because it's like, I think in Mario lore, or the implication is that those boxes are actually alive, and the way that Thwomps and Womps are alive. But it just seems kind of strange because those are just a moving object with a face that seems to be spray painted on it, as opposed to like something that, yes, it is based on an inanimate object, but it's apparently a living creature still. There we go. Okay, we got... So at least we can ignore those 2. Oh no. Hey, we were halfway there. Hey, we made it. I was afraid I was going to... Okay, let's see, where do we want to go next? Okay, there's one up there. Okay. just gonna run up here. Yeah, you see where we're at in this Gunstar. You see where I'm at in this game right now. I'm very close. This is my last star before I go after Bowser. This is my first time playing Mario 64 since the 90s. Not this particular session, but this playthrough that I started, maybe a couple of months ago now, it feels like, already. Oh, man. Okay, that is not a red coin. That is a fly guy. And the game's a butt for doing that to me. Oh my gosh. No! Oh my god! Like, that pyramid, though, they must have programmed, like, this. We're going for a different star. We spent enough time going after that one. We only need one more doggone star. Let's go for Hazy Maze Cave. Which is where I was originally going to go. I just, like, I ended up there without quite meaning to. And I just started to like that particular... I mean, it's effortless for Mario, but for me, it's tough even making it look as good as I did. It must have, if you'd walked in at that point, made it look like I actually knew what I was doing. Okay, this is wrong way. I am going for... And the fact that... I always thought it was interesting that there are rivets on these blocks. Because I don't know if these are supposed to be bricks or just steel plates. But the idea that... Okay. It's the next door over this way. This is... I'm trying to just... Don't know this place like the back of my hand. I knew I would have as a kid. Even though I wasn't good at this game as a kid, I at least knew my way around. And I did get the Toad Star over there. Metalhead Mario can move. Now, why did they put this right here? Why did they put... Yeah, what is over here? Excuse me. Very rude. Okay, there we go. Now, there's some... I'm just interested in... Yeah, I forgot. What is over here that requires use of the metal cap? Work elevator. I've already been through here. I know I've gotten... Hazy Maze entrance, right here. Okay, this is, I think, where you'll use... I think this is where I need the metal cap to survive the toxic gas. And I was talking about this on Kyle's stream the other day. And inside the green block is the amazing metal cap. Wearing it, you won't catch fire or be hurt by metal attacks. You don't even have to breathe while wearing it. The only problem, you can't swim in it. Well, that's not a problem if you want to sink to the bottom of the water, but... Behold again, beware of the strange cloud, do not inhale. Beware of the strange cloud. Did they not want to say toxic gas or poison gas in this game? If you feel faint, run for higher ground and fresh air. Circle, shelter, arrow, entrance, exit. Okay. Yeah, did they not want to say toxic gas? But anyway, in Kyle's stream... Okay. Yeah, in Kyle's stream, we're just... Somehow we got on the subject of how the Vanish Cap does not have... The powers it extends to Mario do not actually seem to involve the act of vanishing. They seem to just allow him to walk through mesh and certain walls. But they don't seem to actually make him invisible to the enemies. Okay. We just gotta find our way through this maze, I guess. Oh, is that? So we just have to jump over that. Why? I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm really concerned. There we go. Now do I... Can I fall in that? Or is that just left over for... Okay, they just respawn. That's classy. There's one box there. Okay, there's a box in each direction. I'm gonna go for this one. And go take the center route and see where this goes. Is this the way out? Oh, that is not where I wanted to go, but at least I have a sense of what's going on now. This is where you get the 8 red coins start at. This is the way into the toxic maze. Alright. So we're just going to... I mean, oh, wow. I didn't expect that to damage me so quickly. There's that way. Over here, this just loops around. And there's those dumb little pitfalls. Please? Okay. There's this weird effect where Mario just loses all his momentum. You know what? I wonder if the reason there's so many respawning enemies over here is just sort of a way to allow Mario to get more health. It's interesting. Okay, all these this roping pattern, like, is this supposed to... somewhere in here. There's got to be some sort of way out, or some sort of... So I've come down this path, right? Okay, that... I've done that at least once before. You know what the thing to do is? And I've been just sort of doing it too fast to take advantage of it. If I just follow one wall, it's eventually going to take me someplace new. So I'm just going to follow this one wall here. Okay, so we found this place. So is this going to take me another loop? Okay, that's a dead end. If nothing else, at least I'm getting a sense of... Sorry, it's hot in here and I have my fan off. My voice is a bit low. And then I'm going to turn... I'm not speaking. Yeah, I'm not as close. I guess I could be a little closer to my mic. Is this? If this sounds better, let me know. And if not, I'm going to turn the game down slightly because I feel like turning the game up and down is less liable to me messing things up than me trying to mess with the mic. I feel like the adjusting the game seems. Yeah, it's, I don't know. One particular stream. Now I've done, no. Please run out, please run out, please run out, please run out. I have hope, I have hope, I have hope. I can do it, 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 I can do it. Oh, I almost got it. I almost made it back through. Excuse me. I almost made, one particular stream, I had a thing of blue Gatorade. Okay, that's a bit better. Let me see. Yeah, I'm already looking at it. Yeah, I'm gonna decrease my game very slightly. Alright, I increased the game. Okay, tell me if that's better. Yeah, I almost made it back into the maze without exiting, but not quite. No, wrong way. Yeah, with that extra music and the Mario's metal boots stomping around. Okay, so it's good now? I don't know, my controls seem extremely sensitive, because you said to decrease my sound output by 50%. I decreased it by like 3 or 4%. Because I feel like if I don't know, when I move my sliders, it just seems to have a much more extreme effect than most I'm used to with most programs. I'm using Streamlabs OBS. Yeah, combined with me raising my mic. And I didn't even raise my mic, I just stood up closer to it. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on. Am I really... I've already... Somewhere in this stage. Okay. What is this? What is this for? I could barely even see this. Is this a glitch? What is this? Why would they put this in the game? What is this nook for? I thought I'm like, yeah, I found the star, but that's just there apparently for no reason, so. Okay. There's gotta be something to this. And I've already come through here, right? I've done this before, right? I'm not jumping over the end. I'm just gonna look. Yes, this is that other way out. This is that other exit. We don't want that. That's really rubbishy that they do not give you coins for beating these when they know you're going to be in this maze where you have the potential to constantly lose hit points. Alright. Metalhead Mario. What is the purpose of this? I mean, these caps are so close to each other. And there are other sections. Huh. Okay. There's that, and this is that dead end. This is the way to that stupid staircase that leads out. I don't want to go in there. It's the only purpose of... I mean... Okay, I know what I'm gonna do next. Okay, I grab another cat. I'm gonna go down this way. I remember the split. Okay, there's something new. Okay, I think I found what they wanted me to look for. Okay, this better lead to a star. And we could go for the end of the game. I mean... How did I feel about Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts? I feel like... Okay. I have to pause because I want to think a second. I haven't played the game. I have not played the game. The closest I've come to watching the game is watching the John Chan review of it years ago. But on one hand, I want to give Rare credit for just trying something new, because so many series kind of just stagnate and are afraid to try anything new. And I don't want to discourage them trying something new. And if things were in a perfect world, Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts would have come out. Then 2 or 3 years later, we would have got a traditional Banjo-Kazooie game, and that would have been fine. But the thing is, it had been so long since we had a Banjo-Kazooie game. We get this spin-off that shows some elements of possibly having been planned as a more traditional 3D platformer. And Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts came out in an age when 3D platformers in general were kind of dying off. And, like, there was a period, like in the Wii U era, and like that 2000, it got better later on, but there was an extended period of time where the only real 3D platformers going on consistently were 3D Mario and 3D Sonic. So in that context, the fact that one of, like, the kings... Oh my... Why did I fall there?
Mamma mia!
Why did I fall there? Why did I fall there? I earned that star. Why did it... I just fell. I was holding the button. Okay, at least we know where we're going now. It shouldn't be so hard anymore. Well, I kind of know where I'm going. I found my way through once. I could do it again. The only real challenge to that section was just knowing which way to go. Okay, go down here. Go in. Where's the door? Where's the door to the poison maze? Here we go. Yeah, so I haven't played the game, but I was disappointed at the time just that it wasn't a traditional 3D platformer when... I mean, there was a teaser for... I mean, there was that infamous teaser for, you know, Banjo-Kazooie on Xbox 360 that made people... that gave the impression that it was going to end up being a traditional Banjo-Kazooie game. No. We don't want that. Only for it to be a vehicle-based game with that weird empty overworld that really did make it seem like maybe they had different plans for the game, but it changed halfway through. And I guess what really put salt on it for a lot of people was that sardonic introduction that made it out as that sort of... It was sort of a sardonic take on what Banjo-Kazooie 1 and 2 were like. But it was like... It just took it to such an extreme where it's like... Wait, the original games were not obnoxious, like, in the way that this intro is making it out to be. So I think that didn't help much either. And then that for so long, Rare was being used for, like, these weird little side... Okay, it is not hard to find your way through the maze once you actually know what's going on. I mean, at this point, I really feel like they should just give me the star. Okay. Now, come through here. All the Rare games on 360 felt a bit unpolished one way or another, but Big Green said he liked Perfect Dark Zero for some reason. Everyone hates that game. I never even hear people talk about Perfect Dark Zero. It's... yeah, I never hear people talk about that. I don't know. Let's take a look at... Okay. Alright, it's a pretty straightforward path to where the star is. I just have to hold A. That's all there is to this, is holding A. And I guess not having a bad camera angle? Oh, you're gonna get... You downloaded... You wanna like Nuts and Bolts? When it came out, it felt like a giant piece of shit with no fun gameplay. Yeah, I mean, it could be fine as a spin-off, but the fact that that was our next major Banjo-Kazooie game, I appreciate the frustration, even though I never actually... Oh! That corner there is so finicky! It is... I did not... Why did... Mario just fell... Excuse me. Mario just fell off the corner there. I did not let my hand off A. I did not walk off of the... Okay. You're gonna try this again. I don't know what's going on with this very last star before beating the game. Here I was thinking that we're gonna... I mean, if this takes more than 20 minutes, I don't think Mario could take fall damage. Oh, you can take fall damage as Metal Mario. Wow, I did not realize that. I would not have did that because I thought Mario couldn't take fall damage as Metal Mario. Unfortunately, they put a few coins there. I didn't, which they really ought to because they know you're about to go into a place where you're liable to lose a lot of HP, especially if you don't. I can only imagine trying to do this without the metal cap. I mean, jeez. Oh, I'm sure if I had the N64 joystick, it would have made it even worse. Because it's, I don't know, around like 2012, 13, I'd see all these clickbait articles that would say like worst controller of all time, like top 10 worst controllers of all time, and they'd be there'd always be a thumbnail of the N64 controller. They'd be saying, "Oh, what was Nintendo thinking? What was Nintendo thinking? Did they think people would have 3 hands? What did they think? How expect people to hold this?" And I'm like, okay. They were designing this controller in like 1993, 1994, and at that point it was not at all clear that 3D roaming games were going to be the future. So they made a controller that had one hand position for 3D games with the analog stick and one hand position for 2D games with the D-pad. And this is in a world before the DualShock, before the GameCube controller, or any modern, or the 360 controllers. They were trying to find a way to make a controller that would work as well with a joystick and a D-pad. That's all there was to it. They didn't want you to hold it with 3 hands or anything crazy like that. And the reason I feel like those articles are so stupid is because they never talk about the fact that the joystick wore out on those controllers very quickly. It was probably even worse of a problem than Joy-Con drift. The controllers just grinded literally into powder, and you just got a new controller. The sense of, oh, like, you know, Nintendo, these controllers are defective, normal use on them wears them out. Okay. Right? You see me. Oh!
Mamma mia!
This is ridiculous. Like, I do not... Like, something about the way that end is programmed. It's like there's a section of that that's not programmed properly for Mario to grab onto. I'm gonna do this one more time, and if not, I'm gonna try a different star, because that was ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go that far to the edge. I know, the Hori controller is kind of legendary at this point. But there is that Fight Stick 64, or whatever it's called, that is pretty well known. I know Pete Dorr was talking about one N64 controller he had. That was like one of the most awesome N64 controllers ever. But then he had a friend over and he threw up on it and it got in the controller. And it was a clear controller so you could see that the vomit was still in it. And it's like, oh, what a sad story. Like, if I was... I mean, when you unexpectedly throw up, you have no chance to prepare. But if I had any sense that I was going to prepare, I would, like, do anything I could to avoid getting it on the controller. I would, if that happened to me, I would just die of embarrassment. Super Pad 64 is what you have? Yeah, and I feel like the people who make those articles are people who never played N64 back in the day. Because if there's a reason the N64 controller is bad, it is because of the way the joysticks ground into literal powder on those things from normal use, not because of the fact that it has 3 prongs and 2 different hand positions. And Nintendo knew this was a thing, because if you look, I doubt there are many still in service, but in 2004, I was in a hotel, and they had one of those hardwired controllers where you have to call on the phone in your hotel room. You could dial up games to play through the TV on the hardwired controller that was attached to the TV. And this N64 controller was made by Nintendo. It had an actual official Nintendo 64 series product part, and it was an N64 controller, but the joystick on it was basically the GameCube joystick. And it was okay. Serious time, even though this should not be serious time. Okay. I'm not gonna go that close to the edge. I'm gonna follow the coins. And it's the fact that this is the last... camera. Turn the camera. Okay. Okay. Alright, there we go. I swear, that corner is not programmed properly. Okay, 70 stars. You played in F-Zero for N64 and Mario Kart 64. No, I mean... And you found 70 power stars. The mystery of the endless stairs is solved, thanks to you. And is Bowser ever upset? Now on to the final bout. Alright. Yeah, you rented the game per hour. I mean, they really price gouged on those rental N64 games. But the fact that there existed an official Nintendo 64 controller with a GameCube-style analog stick that was actually going to have long life, but they never released it as a retail product is so irritating. And it's gonna be... I'd be shocked if any of those controllers managed to survive when, like, those services were withdrawn. Because I was playing... I got that... Okay. Now I just have to find my way out of here. There must be some kind of way out of here. Now, you gotta get out of here and get to the top floor. Okay. Yeah, that was... I would have... Our game was just determined to leave our star count at 69 stars. And we just got it up to 70. Now let's beat the game. Yeah, you rented the game per hour. I didn't actually use the controller. I was just fascinated with... And I had photos of it, but I lost the photos. And you set up those N64 servers with motherboards stacked on a typical server plate. Yeah, they were... I figured that that's how they were set up one way or another, but I never actually looked into it. And we did this without you getting a single star from TikTok Clock. Alright. We have 19 lives. I mean, at this point, if we run out of lives, if I run out of time, what I'm gonna do, I am gonna take my 6-minute self-care stretch break so I don't, like, have a blood clot and die on stream or anything crazy like that, because I usually do that every 90 minutes, which helps the stream overall go longer. I know there are a lot of streamers that can go for like 4 or 5 hours without getting up. I'm not one of them. I'm not gonna try to do that to myself. But if I can... Wow, for not having attempted this since the 90s, I'm not doing so bad with this. So far. There we go. Yeah, for not having tried this since the 90s, I'm certainly got... almost. Yeah, there we go. We salvaged it. Okay, just got to restore our health a bit. Yeah, I was just a bit impatient with that one jump and the fireball. Oh yeah, I'm not. Yeah, if I do my self-care break, I'm gonna come back and finish Mario 64. I'm definitely finishing Mario 64 today. Because I plan to spend at least an hour and a half on this anyway. Yeah, I was too busy completing the stage to remember that I was trying to defeat enemies for the purpose of... Now, I'd love to see what this game would have been like if they actually went ahead with the plan to have a whole game of stages like this. I mean, you could argue that a whole game of stages like this one here, just these linear point A to point B stages, would just end up being Mario 3D Land. Oh gosh. Oh, he landed, but he passed out from all the fireballs. Okay. Hey, not bad. Not bad for a first go. Not bad for a first go. Yeah, I definitely didn't get that far the first time I played through this. As a kid, it was a real triumph to be able... Because it was my father who was really collecting all the stars and unlocking new parts of the castle and new worlds to go into. And I was just kind of exploring the worlds, but I wasn't quite, I guess, skilled enough to really grab stars. I'm going to leave the Goombas there so I could use them if I need to restore health, if I take some falls that I'd rather not take. But it's funny, my dad got all the stars, but it was me who beat all the Bowser stages. Like Bowser in the Dark World, I beat that myself. And actually, Ert was the one to earn that star. Or that key. But then, when it came to, but Bowser in the Fire Sea, that took me, I remember the Saturday morning, it took me like a couple of hours, it felt like, and many failed attempts to get through Bowser in the Fire Sea. Oh, shucks. And more attempts still to get to, more attempts still to actually beat that Bowser, because when he would charge at me... Please, good RNG. Okay, good. Alright, we made it. He's not going to bother us anymore. Yeah, nice save there. Is this the end? Almost the end of the stage? I almost didn't make that. And I don't even want to grab all the points in case I end up... Whew! Just barely made that. No, I don't want to... Now, I did watch Kyle go through this lately, and I know not to fall into that trap where... you get impatient and... Now, I'm not going to grab those coins so that if I have to come back through here and recharge health, I'll be able to do so. There we go. And this doesn't look... I remember that plant was there at the last second. Now, I feel confident that I can get through this little gauntlet here the first try. It's interesting how the platform has that little bit of give on it when you land on it. It really wasn't that necessary, but they... Okay. Alright, we made it. I thought I'd be able to make it through there. Now I'm just worried about falling from this point. Wow, you know? I guess I never... I could tell if those were Goombas and Koopa shells, but I could never really see the faces on the Goombas that clearly back in the 90s on the TV I was playing this on. Because even with this, just some of the... Just being able to clearly see when Mario went into low poly mode was just kind of astounding compared to, you know, the way I played this back in the day. Because Mario going into low poly mode is something you'd never really notice back... Or was something you weren't intended to notice. You know, playing this back in the 90s on the TVs at the time, and then playing this here on this high-definition emulator on the Wii U. Oh, by the way, I am playing the Wii U version of this here. Yeah, that was, you know, being able to see him go into low poly mode, but then when I've seen people play this on PC emulation where it's really made super shiny and up-res, or in Mario 3D All-Stars, Mario 3D All-Stars and the really enhanced PC emulation looks almost too good to me. It looks so good, it almost looks fake, right? I don't even like how it looks, because it looks too good. Okay, so we've effectively beat the stage. We just got to get through this little gauntlet here. And there's a one-up behind that. Wait a second. Oh my gosh! Look at that! I never noticed that before. Look at that. It's a little 8-bit sprite of Bowser burning Mario. That is really cool. And this is Mario 64 era, right? So this is before Nintendo really became aware of their... or nostalgic, as it were. Like, Super Smash Bros. Was kind of the beginning of Nintendo actually playing to nostalgia in their own games. So to see something like this in the game is kind of crazy. I never noticed this before. Tundex never saw this before either. Yeah, I never noticed that before. I mean, mind you, the last time I played this, it was on a TV that was nearly 20 years old at the time through, like, a VCR. Okay. Now, I remember the first time, I never got this far, I never beat this game, the N64 version of this game. I beat it on DS. It was my dad who beat this game. I never actually got to see the ending, because I was at school when it happened. But I remember one day I woke up at like 4 o'clock, right? I'm a little kid, I wake up at like 4 in the morning to go to the bathroom or something. And I just hear this organ music coming from the living room. The whole house is dark. I hear this creepy organ music coming from the living room. I come out here, and it's the living room. My dad's playing, and he's like, "Oh, look, I got to the final boss in Mario 64." And I was like, wow, because like, just to hear the organ music, and your power is useless against me. All your friends are trapped within the walls. You'll never be able to see the princess again. Wahaha. I never actually saw... I was too busy running my mouth to actually... Excuse me, camera. There we go. I know to avoid the blue fireball. Okay. I know to... Alright. Yeah, use... I was waiting for those coins to despawn. Oh gosh. Well, that didn't work the way I wanted, because I wanted to go out and grab... Yeah, imagine waking up and hearing this at 4 AM. Now this is... Oh wow, we're nice and close. Oh, and of course I managed to miss, but at least it gives me a chance to grab these couple of coins. Now I need to jump. Yeah, there we go. Now what I want to do, I want to lure, see if I can lure... Yeah, I want to see how close I can lure Bowser to... And this is a hot track right here. Come on. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, you better not force me off of the stage, because that would be some real bobo. And there we go. Nice and close to Bowser in the hopes that I can... There we go. Okay. Yeah! Oh, come on. Do not jump. Yeah, it was really difficult pulling off grabbing those coins. With the lack of camera cooperation. I had to do that without depth perception. Yeah, okay. Okay, so after this... Oh wow, we're right near a bomb, too. Okay. No. No, I know, like... the whole... Okay. Alright. Okay, we don't... I'm gonna cheese him. I'm gonna... Yeah, I was about to talk about the meme, but then I was just focusing more. I really think he's just saying "so long, Bowser," but I guess with the over-exaggerated accent, like the G sort of got overemphasized. I really think that's what happened with that recording. But what's interesting to me... Oh wow, is that it? I was about to... Okay. But with the, yeah, I think that just the G got overemphasized a bit in the performance. Oh, wow. Okay, GG. Wow, we beat the game with 1 minute to go. No, but I heard people... Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna pause for a second. Okay. I know people were thinking that they, like, removed the line, supposedly, because they didn't... Because of the meme, and they wanted to avoid controversy. Oh, cool. A perfect emote for this situation. But... I know this is based... The Mario 3D All-Stars version was based on the, I guess what they call the Shindo Mario 64, which included Rumble Pack support. And that version, he says bye-bye instead of so long, Bowser. But what gets me is, was the original version of Mario 64, did that have Solongi Bowser in it? Because Bowser was always just called Koopa in Japan, so that line wouldn't have even made sense to be in the original Japanese version. No, it can't be. You've really beaten me, Mario. I gave these troops power, but now it's fading away. Ah, I could see peace returning to the world. I can't stand it. It's not over yet. Come on, troops, let's watch the ending together. Bwahaha. I mean, he says let's watch the ending together, which implies that he's survived this, but there is some dialogue in Luigi's Mansion 1 where a ghost that Luigi's talking to basically says, like, oh, Bowser, but I thought Mario sent him to the spirit world, or something to that direct effect, implying that Bowser actually died at the end of Mario 64, which I thought was a weird thing even then, to even have that level of continuity. Alright, so we actually did beat the game. We actually did beat the game exactly within the 90 minutes that I set out for. Now, I just want to take a look at... Here we go. Here... Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, we'll watch the ending together, and then I'll see if I could pull off the witchcraft magic of actually being able to put up the video that Serial Wars linked to me of the PS2 version of this game. Yeah, this is the first time I've beaten the N64 version of this game, so this is a first for me, actually. It's not on an actual N64, it's on the Wii U Virtual Console, but hey, you know, it's the N64 version. Whereas, like, the DS version's actually, like, a unique, like, different version that has, like, changes made to it. Oh, Moravec 90. Thank you. I just beat Mario 64 for the first time. This is the first time playing this since the 90s. I didn't beat it. My father actually beat it, and I just sort of played through all the stages he unlocked back in the 90s, because I played this when it came out, but I was much younger then, not quite as skilled as I am now. I set out 90 minutes for me to beat this game, and I did beat it in exactly 90 minutes. We're going to take a look at a video Serial Wars PM'd me of his PS2 running a version of this game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Kyle. I was talking about how impressed I was that you just casually at the Oh, I like how the water, the lake, the moat is refilled in the castle now. That's interesting. How you just, at the behest of your stream, on a whim, decided to treat yourself the speedrun strat of the backwards long jump. Which is kind of wild. Alright. Well, Serial Wars sent a video of his PS2 running. Let's see if I can add... Let's see if I add a browser source to this. I've never done this on the fly successfully before. Yeah. Yeah, so, did you break any records in a Motor Tune? Using that questionably named car that I won't say the name of? Well, I stream Mario Sunshine next. Yeah, probably not. I'm probably gonna give Mario a break for a while. If I stream Mario Sunshine, it's frankly probably going to end up being the GameCube version played on my Wii. Okay, so add browser source. Okay, add browser source. Okay, add source. Add a new source. I'm just gonna name it on the fly. Oh, you got the championship mode easy world record. Awesome. We're going to make that. There we go. Is this... Hey, I got it to work. I think. I want to interact. Hold on. I just want to pause it and make it look good. It's the first time I've done something like this on the fly and have it work so well. I just want to... Oh, excuse anything. All the stuff on the bottom is outdated. That's like stuff from like a dozen streams ago or whenever. Or actually like more like 5 or 6 streams ago when I was doing Konami Crazy Racers. Now it's kind of weird for me looking at this because we can see Mashable's set up here. And I could actually see me on his side screen here. And it's just crazy seeing how I actually appear in the context of other people's lives as I'm doing the stream. Okay, so we're gonna silence my music here. Well, it's better. Well, we get a sense of how it's running. Okay, interact. We're just going to. Yeah, this is because of the source code that leaked in the Giga leak. This is Mario 64 running natively on PS2. There's Fat Model PS2, I believe you said it was. Hey, and that's my Oh yeah, that is. I do have the Mario Galaxy live reaction videos. I'm going to edit together. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the PS2 controller. Yeah, there it goes. It's just crazy seeing that. I know your setup probably wasn't intended for showing it off in mine, so it would be nice to actually see the console on screen, but I trust you that it's there. I saw the controller moving. I mean, it's not like you're trying to validate a speedrun video to me where I need to see the console and all that. Super Mario 64 port to the Commodore 64. It just makes sense. Hey. Oh, there. Hey, he was one step ahead of me there. Oh, wow, it's a silver PS2. I'd want to show that off if I had a silver PS2. That's a hot system. PS2 was one of the first systems where they really tried to stress displaying the system in a vertical arrangement. They didn't sell the stand to come with it. I think really the Wii maybe was the first system where it was really popular to actually use it in that vertical configuration. But I'm going to edit together a clip of... I'm going to edit together Nintendo's E3 2006 media briefing where it skips during the parts that I have the live reaction footage of from inside the Nintendo store, because it's kind of crazy that there's all this renewed interest in Mario Galaxy, right? But I realized I have the only existing live reaction footage to the reveal of Super Mario Galaxy because I was filming in the store in 2006 when people didn't have cell phones and live reactions weren't a thing. But I knew back then I was just interested in how people would respond to some of the reactions. So, all right. All right, so I will be back in... Actually, I do want to... So I'm going to be back in 6 minutes. 5 minutes for y'all watching. The last minute is for me to get set back up. And we're going to switch to Klonoa Empire of Dreams. And, well, actually, I might as well stay on well, there's my setup for Klonoa spoiled. And if for those of you who know, here's my setup. Here's my Switch. Here's my Intercity 125 high-speed train power car, which is the most important part of the stream, my stream setup, actually. None of this would work if it wasn't for this toy train being here. And there's the Wii U I've been playing this on. I'm playing this via the Wii Virtual Console. Oh, yes, this is a Mudkip on my shirt. Yeah, there he is. I got that from the Nintendo store before I moved away from the New York area. And so, while I do, I just want to set up my... Okay, retro... And... I like streaming my titles so that halfway, when I switch to my other game, I could just delete the first half of the title without having to rewrite everything. Casual playthrough. First playthrough. So I will be back in... Excuse me. There we go. I'll be back in 6 minutes. 5 for all of y'all. And thanks for sticking with me so far. For those of you who are going to remain with me for Klonoa. And there we go. Where's my mic? I want to just turn on some music. There we go. Hey, I'm back. And I just realized you probably have been hearing the ambient sound of the of my Wii U menu as well as the music. So hold on, let me turn off. There we go. Turn off the source. And there we go. Hiya, I'm back. And whenever I leave for a full 6 minutes and come back and see the same number of viewers, I can't tell you how much, you know, because when I'm gone for that long, that's a lot of dead air time, and I'm switching games to the people who may have come on for a particular... Now, I'm a little knocked off center a bit because I kicked the table while I was away. Well, and the table that my webcam is on, and my webcam has a very advanced setup right now. Yeah, the soothing sounds of the Wii U menu. Not as soothing as the Wii eShop theme, but we'll do it with what we'll take what we can get, right? I'm just slightly off center because I knocked the table that my webcam is on. My webcam is sitting on a table with one bad leg. That's fine as long as I don't kick it, and it's sticking out in the middle of this room, so I tend to kick it often. And then it's sitting on a box of avocados. Then it's sitting... Okay. Wobbly leg table. A crate that had avocados in it. Then a jar of Palmer's cocoa butter. Then a cardboard tube. And then I just have the webcam on top of all that. So... yeah, I need to get a new table, but there's always things more important than that to get into. So we'll spend at least... Oh, excuse me, that's my N64. Gotta peek at some of the N64 games I plan to play. Now, it's crazy for all that I've played in these 41 streams I've done so far. I've only played... The only consoles I've played on are Wii U, my Analog Mega SG, and my Nintendo Switch. And the only non-retro game I've played is Undertale, which is a retro-styled game anyway. I mean, but only came out in like 2015 or 2016. Oh, that reminds me, I have the next, not that anyone probably cares, but I have the next section of, I think I have the last hour of Deltarune, my Deltarune Let's Play. I need to go ahead and put that up on YouTube because I have it filmed and edited. Now, Mike, look at the sprite. I want to start off by those of you who are new to this game. This came out in 2001. It came out in the same week as Advanced Wars. It came out in I think the second week of 2001. So this is not launch period or not quite launch window. My Wii U is not soft modded. I'm a goody two shoes. Every week I download maybe one or two virtual console games while the eShop is still online, especially DS games, because it's probably going to be the last chance to buy DS games and play them on official Nintendo hardware without modifications of some kind. So it's not modded anyway, it's just an off-the-shelf Wii U. This Wii U was actually provided to me, actually I'm going to go to my light stream. This Wii U was provided to me by one of my viewers back in 2013, when I, on YouTube, I was not going to get Wii U because I cannot responsibly afford it. After months of covering the lead up to the Wii U launch, one of my viewers decided I should have a Wii U, and I wasn't going to accept it, but someone dared me. I'm like, hey, some guy wants me to give him his address so he could give me a Wii U, and I said, and I'm like, no way, he's going to send me a dead bird or something. He's like, no, send him your address, see if he sends it to you. So almost on a dare with my friend, I actually gave him my address, and I got a package from Canada, and I'm based in the US. So we paid for overseas shipping for a Wii U that included New Super Mario Bros. U, a case for the gamepad, and a Pro Controller. This Pro Controller, he included this too. And I looked on his social media. This guy worked at a fast food restaurant. So this guy was not rolling in the dough. And he has since vanished from the internet, so I wanted to thank him again. I made a video unboxing it on my YouTube channel, and I didn't have an HDTV until, like, 2018, so I never really got to play this that much. Now look at how beautiful this sprite here is animated. It's really pixelated, but it's so well animated, it's so expressive. Now, he could run away from the camera and towards the camera, and if you notice, the Pac-Man on Klonoa's hat actually remains on the correct side, based on whether he's running towards you or away from you. But they forgot to have the hat only appear on one side of his head, because I think officially it's supposed to be on his left side. So if this was like Metroid, where they actually pay attention to which side Samus's arm cannon is on, like which arm that's on, they kind of forgot there. And the only reason I even noticed that is because they did put the detail to show him how he runs. But just like the animation on his ears and everything is so smooth and fluid. Even though probably screenshots at the time probably didn't look that impressive, but when you see it in motion... Now, the only other Klonoa game I've played is Klonoa 2 on PS2, which I rented at the time. I never played Klonoa 1, but Klonoa 2 really impressed me because it was one of the first 2.5D side-scrolling platformers I played, and I was like, man, this could be a really cool direction for to make a new version of Super Mario Brothers, like a new 2D Mario game where it's on a 2D, you know, point A, point B gameplay. Like, you're on a 2D plane, but you're moving in a 3D world, so to speak. I mean, I was saying this in, like, 2001 or 2002, whenever Klonoa 2 came out. And that was before the new Super Mario Brothers games, because there was a long period between, I think, between 1996 and 2004. It was pretty much common belief that 2D Mario was over. No one thought that they'd be this renaissance where they'd go back and make new 2D Mario games. And 2D games in general, those few that... Well, a lot came out, but those that did come out didn't get much publicity, and you were relying on magazines at the time, so a lot of 2D games didn't get much coverage at the time. You found a Wii U for $75, but it doesn't come with any of the cables. Because you'll need the cable to charge the gamepad, and the power cable, and the HDMI cable. And those are all different, I believe. I don't think it shares a power, or... Does it share? Actually, I want to get up and check this real quick. My Wii is elsewhere in the room. I want to just go look real quick. I'm going to go take a look at the back of my Wii, which is actually connected to my... Oh no, I don't have the power. I can look at the back of that. It seems, looking at the back of the Wii here, which is my launch day Wii, the Wii I got back on like November 21st, 2006. And I just want to take a look at the back of the Wii U. It looks like the power cable for the console might be the same, but the Wii U Pro controller, I don't know if you can see this, that is whatever form of USB that is. It's like a standard form of USB. But then the gamepad, which I very rarely use with this. Only time I use the gamepad, I've not used it for gameplay during a stream yet, because I haven't played any actual Wii U games. I've been playing, yeah, you can use HDMI for video, but you also can, you can use the Wii AV cable to plug it into a regular, like a standard definition TV. But the gamepad uses this weird proprietary plug that it's really only used with the gamepad. I don't know why Nintendo went USB-C for... Yeah, they used mini USB for the Pro controller, but then they used a proprietary thing for the gamepad. I think it would either be both proprietary or both USB, both mini USB. I remember the first mini USB device I had was a Cyberco Extreme, which was a handheld computer from 2001. I don't have it handy to show you, but basically it was kind of it was like a smartphone with the range of a walkie-talkie in an age before most people even had cell phones, let alone and smartphones were just on the horizon. But the idea of having free games and applications on a wireless communications device, it was kind of marketed as a kid's toy, but I really saw the potential. And I was telling people, like, hey, in the future, everyone is going to have handheld computers like this, and no one was, took me seriously. They're like, no way, only, really hardcore, techie, nerdy type people are gonna have those, and now everyone has smartphones. Now, Klonoa 2, as I remember, it was a basic point A to point B platform. Let me let me restart the stage. Yeah, as I remember this, Klonoa 2 was basically just point A to point B. But this kind of has a puzzle element in it, where I have to find 3 gems. You can see the 3 star-like gems. You can see the slots for them down there. Okay. Let's just get a sense of what I can access. Wait, can I go higher still? No, that's as high as it goes. I have to collect that thing there? I have to collect 3 of them. So I'm gonna have to grab... And so I don't remember there being a bit of a puzzle-like element to this. No. Oh, I just should not have... These respawn because you actually need these enemies to navigate through the stage. Yeah, I wonder if Switch using USB-C is kind of one of the results of the sort of changing of the... I knew Satoru Iwata was working on aspects of the Switch. I heard even in his hospital bed, you know, towards the end of his life, he was working on Pokemon Go and parts of Nintendo Switch. Because, like, he knew what Nintendo Switch was going to be. They might have even decided on the name, but he had the... I understand he knew what the nature of the product, and he was helping work on it. And I wonder if certain things like using USB... Oh my gosh, I keep doing this. Now, the way to double jump with these guys, you just have to jump twice. But you grab them with B, but then to double jump with them, you just have to tap A twice. So it's a little counterintuitive. It makes sense, but it's just it can be a bit disorienting. Oh, what's over here? Yeah, and what happened was I got to this point, I got to the first world of this in the last stream, and when it got to here, it was later at night, and I was drowsy at that point, and I'm like, okay, this is taking too much brain power. And what I did was I switched to NES Pinball, which I do have on the Wii Virtual Console. I'm like, okay, all I have to do is operate the flippers in NES Pinball, so I don't have to use my brain too much there. So I played that for another like 20-25 minutes, and then called the stream early. But yeah, I think these afternoon streams are just going a lot better for me. And plus, when I stream later in the day, it tends to be that all the people that I like to watch are already streaming. So I miss out on saying hi to them, and I'm streaming, and I'm tired. Sometimes. Sometimes it's not so bad, but... Oh man, Sony memory sticks. Yeah, the only time I ever used a memory stick family of products was when I got my PSP, which I think used the memory stick Duo, because I got the PSP when that came out, because I was constantly speaking out in support of the DS. And a lot of people took that as I was anti-PSP. And I know I talked about this with Mecha before, but it wasn't so much that I was anti-PSP, as that I was pro-handheld. And I was really just sort of sticking up for the DS. Because a lot of people just sort of made the assumption that, like, okay, like, PSP is here now, so it's time for Nintendo handhelds to just go away because the PSP is obviously superior. And because, okay, PS2 dominated the GameCube, so now that Sony has a handheld, that's just the end of Nintendo's, time in the handheld space, and they need to step aside, because the PSP is obviously going to crush them because they have better graphics. So I was really just sort of sticking... I was really excited about PSP. I was, just having that level of performance on a handheld, having that kind of screen resolution in an age before the iPhone, being able to watch movies on a handheld device like that, like, I was really excited about the PSP. I just also defended the DS's right to exist. Yeah, let's see, what's going on? Yeah, they really ramp up the sort of exploratory aspects of this game really quickly. There we go. We got up a little higher. Or was I not supposed to do that? Was I not supposed to do that? Does that fan just turn on and off? Is that what's going on here? Oh, you know what? Okay, I realized what I did here. Okay, grab here. Grab this guy. Alright, I don't have that key yet, but at least now I know Yeah, not enough hours in the day. But when you're someplace you don't want to be, then there are too many hours in the day. That's just how it goes. If you had to go to like the DMV or something like that, they're always then there'd be too many hours in a day, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, you can't just jump to those. You actually have to properly jump on them. Like certain games, like maybe a Mario game. Oh wow, I just realized what's going on with that. I need, or is grabbing that going to make me heavy enough? No. Nah, I'm going to have to... Am I going to have to exit this area and re-enter to warp the block back to its default position? Yeah, this is a very comfy game, but it's definitely challenging. The challenge so far has been in terms of enemies and hazards, so much as just navigating the stage. And this is the first level where they've really ramped up the difficulty. Okay. So this... Now, can I... Now, at some point, I guess I'm going to have to... Oh, wait. Now, I can't... Now, Klonoa has this hover jump with his ears, but he can't do that while he's holding an enemy. I felt like I was missing something, but I guess the thing to do is just to keep exploring in this direction until I can't get any further. Oh, you know what? I guess I forgot that moving platforms will cut off the wind, however, graded platforms will not. Okay, I would have figured that out, but that's good to know. Now, I don't know... Like, I have, like, those green bead things. I have 13 out of 50. I hope there's not a completion thing where at some point I'm not going to be able to advance unless I have a certain number of them. This doesn't seem to be that kind of game, but we'll see. Alright. There we go. So we're very gradually introducing more complexity. Oh yeah, I want to see what that sign says. Place a blocks on a spiker to make it fall slowly. Klonoa can then ride it. Oh, okay. And now I have access to this thing. Now I could grab up here and use them to double jump. So I have the key and I have 2 out of the 3 stars. Oops. Wow, that sound effect sounded of him dying. That sounded like it came straight out of Kirby. That boop. Now this should be the door. There we go. I have the right key. Now, because there's spots for like a triangle key as well in my inventory bar on the bottom. But wait a second, did I? Alright, for some reason I just felt compelled to check to make sure my mic was on. I'm sure someone would have mentioned by now if my mic was off, but I only did that once where I came back from a break and forgot to turn my mic back on. Because while I go out on my, self-care stretch break thing, I turn the microphone off because you don't need to hear me opening and closing the door of this room, and also I run my 2 fans I have in here on full blast. This place has air conditioning, but it is... For some reason, the room I'm in now that I have my setup in gets the least of it. So, yeah, it's bearable, but it's not ideal, I guess. Oh, come on. Can I? No, I can't quite. Do I need to ride him? Alright, this is a puzzle in progress. I can't... Alright. I need to find... What do I need to do? Do I need to... Okay, I see what I gotta do. I gotta carry him over. Gotta carry him over here. Is that what the game wants me to do? Oh no. I forgot. You know what? I'm so used to interacting with those things that I forgot that they were also enemies, and I kind of died from one right there. Oh, Banjo Notes and Bolts is a candidate to be ROM-tacked? Okay, I could see that happening, because I haven't seen the JonTron review of this in years and years, but didn't he say that, I think one of the things he mentioned was that it seems to him like the overworld was, yeah, I'm adjusting my layout right now, excuse me, because there we go, I just want to be a little more in the center. It said that, like, the overworld felt like it was intended to be played more like a traditional Banjo-Kazooie game, but it's just like there's nothing in it. So, yeah, you'd have to... I don't really hear much of... Aside from, like, Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, I don't hear so much about 3D games being ROM-hacked so much. Those are the only two games I really hear. As I know with Mario 64, they've been a lot of times where they've hacked, Mario 64, they've just been different hacks. And then with, like Star Road, I know is one. I never played it. Maybe someday if I get bored I want to stream it for the heck of it or something. I don't know, but I know. What is it? Now, how do I? There's that sound effect again. That sounds like it came straight from Kirby. And you know, Klonoa and Kirby both are characters that, or their motifs and worlds seem to be very concerned with dreams, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, I really haven't heard of any post N64 era games having hacks or mods so much. I don't know if that's just due to technicalities of, like, those generations are just easier games to do that with. Huh. I gotta use my brain here a bit. I'm just trying to figure out what they want me to do. So if I block this, right? Now I can get up here. Now, do I need to get that block? Because I can't jump over that. That sound effect there sounds like it came straight from Kirby. Listen to this. I need to get that block. Wow, he doesn't take damage there. That's nice. With original backtracks, you've successfully converted Elder Scrolls Mario and PC mods and got them working on the original Xbox. I remember just the fact that Elder Scrolls was even out on Xbox being such a big deal at the time. Because it's just like, wow, it's like PC and console gaming are fusing. Back when those two worlds seemed so much more different than they did now. Yeah, I have only the most passive knowledge of Elder Scrolls stuff, but I never heard of that happening before, or that being done. Is that something that they're like how-to guides on how to do, or is that something you just kind of decided to finagle into existence on your own? Okay. Now, if I jump up here with this, what can I get? Is there anything I can... Oh. Okay, that's just over here, but... There you go. Yeah, he does. And you know what? Like, well, just because he is, like, you know, a fuzzy little critter, and he has shoes, he is a very... He could... If this character was introduced without the Pac-Man on his hat as a new Sonic character, I think he wouldn't fit in too much. Now, speaking of fuzzy critters in a Sonic-like game, I do have Freedom Planet for Switch. I've only played the first couple of stages. I do want to stream that someday. Because I'm mostly blind to that. If you've never seen Freedom Planet before, I'm probably not going to be that great at it. I'm probably going to have to play it on easy mode. But I like the game for reasons that most people see as an attraction from it. But it's a game that it really does feel like this could have come out in like 98 or 99. Yeah. Yeah, and he is kind of like Tails, where because Tails uses his tails to fly, but Klonoa is actually using his ears he's actually flapping his ears there. Those big white tufted things, those are actually his ears. But Freedom Planet, it does have, other aspects can be called into question, even though I do think it's a good game. The things that people question about it generally have nothing to do with gameplay, but certain elements of the presentation are good/bad at the same time, depending on your mood and your ability to tolerate certain things. I look at it from the standpoint of, okay, if I was 10 when this came out, I would have loved this to death. That's the standpoint I take. Okay. Now, if I ride this up here, I end up here. Now, to get past here, I need to use this block to stop the fan. And I can't destroy that with these things. They just disappear. And if I jump on that, I just take damage. If anyone sees something here on this screen that I'm missing, feel free to point it out to me. Okay, can't go any further there, right? Oh, you know what? Do I just need to... You know what I want to do? I'm just going to go back to the beginning of the stage. Because I'm guessing that's going to take me back to the beginning of the stage anyway. And I'll just backtrack, because I think I started right near the front door. And if I didn't, I'll just look silly. But yeah, was I not intended to go any further in that direction? Was that just for if I took a different path so I could get back? Because some of these stages, they start you right near the front door. Or rather the exit, I guess, of the stage. Oh, is this... Am I gonna have to... Oh, please, I do not want to... Don't want to lose it here. Oh my gosh. Because if I... Okay. Do I just have to... Okay. I think up there is the beginning of the stage. Or that... Up there is that room I was in before. That I didn't know how to get past it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've been through here before. And I use the key to get through that one part. And I use the block to get down here. What's this down here? Is this a new area? Have I been through here before? Okay, is this the way back to the beginning of the stage? Because I remember... Because I'm seeing coins I hadn't collected before. Well, this guy... These won't... that won't weigh me down. That won't weigh me down. I need to go down here. Okay. jump on this. Alright, I think... Yeah, I think I was just... It seems like right now I feel like I was just going the wrong way before. Because here's some new gems I haven't collected yet. Oh. Alright. I think that's the next puzzle I have to try and figure out. How to get over there. Well, I guess I have to just bring the block with me if I can. There we go. Oh, can I not get any further because I didn't have the block? Alright, I'm gonna have to redo that, I guess. Alright, float up. Grab this. Get up here. Float down. Toss the block there. Why didn't I not just bring the block with me as far as I could anyway? Just assuming I'd need it. Okay. Hey, new area. I think we're doing good. Okay, we're on the way now. I thought that was a puzzle, and I was just stuck. I spent like a good maybe 5 minutes there. Grab a blocks to avoid it being carried away, or place it over a vent to stop the wind. Okay. Hey! Yeah, there's no way I could have did that with as tired as I was in the last my last stream when it was like 10, it was like 11:30. No, it was like past 10 when I was doing this. Okay, so vision, yeah, because this is supposed to be a dream, all the stages are called visions. Now, cool rotating effect with those orbs on the upper part of the screen. Now this stage layout here, the first stage was like this too. I mean the first world, but it kind of reminds me of Yoshi's Island. But let's now if I need to rebalance my audio here, let me know. But oh, this interior is gorgeous. Okay, you have those pinball flipper things. I think I've seen these in Sonic, but it does a good job illustrating. Okay, this is a one-way gate right here. Yeah, it is, and it's a good showcase of the GBA hardware in a way, because I got Game Boy Advance like a week after it came out in North America, right? I liked Super Mario Advance. I loved the colors. It looked good. I loved being able to finally have access to Super Mario Bros. 2. I did already have 1 and 3 on the NES. Are you going to a mom and pop party store to check out their Halloween stuff? Alright, hopefully you can find something you haven't seen before. So I was checking, and all I had to go on was magazine screenshots. On one hand, I was really happy with Mario Advance, but like, for example, I never got Mario Advance back then. I never owned it on cartridge, I only rented it. When it came time to buy a Game Boy Advance game, I actually got Rayman Advance, because I felt like the bigger sprites, in screenshots I could even tell, they just seemed like more of a showcase. It just seemed like it was really more demonstrating the benefits graphically of the GBA. Whereas if I looked at screenshots of this game, I don't even remember really being into Klonoa when this came out. I don't think the first Klonoa game I played was Klonoa 2, so I wasn't interested in the franchise anyway at this point. But the first one I ever saw was... Yeah, I never saw this game in motion back then, because all I had to go on was, if I saw anything, it was in magazine screenshots. And based on, I know how this game would have looked in those screenshots. Oh, wow. Okay, that's an interesting new enemy. But this probably explains how it works. Grab hold of a Teton, or Teton, to float for a short period of time. Okay. And I can control it, kind of. If I don't move, you just go straight up. But if I move around, I can control it. But then it automatically sort of vanishes. But I would not have saw this and thought, wow, this looks like a great, Game Boy, a graphically awesome Game Boy Advance game. I probably wouldn't have been very impressed by this. And just looking at the Klonoa sprite, if I saw this in a magazine screenshot, I would have thought that looked like a Game Boy Color sprite. But then when you see it moving, the animation on it, his ears flopping up and down, the momentum as he... Yeah, it looks great. And it's kind of cool how they... This is probably a much higher res image, but it seems like they kind of used the fact that it would be blown up and lose a lot of its definition to sort of complement the art style. To open the door, hit the switch with a wind bullet. Hitting it with a block or an enemy also works. Is that a wind bullet? Is that what Klonoa fires from his giant ring? Because I know anyone who's been watching oh, okay. That's the switch. You know, anyone who's been watching Pete for a while has probably seen him run Klonoa 2 already. And I was interested in Klonoa on the Wii when that came out, but I didn't have a lot of money at the time. Well, I still don't, but it was never a priority, and I now know that game's getting more and more expensive. I haven't looked into how expensive it is or isn't now, but that's one I definitely will want to play eventually. You know, and it's the same thing. Yeah, Kyle is saying, definitely one of those games you gotta see in motion to get the full effect. Sometimes screenshots probably would have looked less impressive. And really, that's the same problem that I feel like the Sega 32X suffered. I mean, I still believe the 32X was flawed as a concept. If 32X came out, like, a year or two earlier, I think it probably would have made more sense. Like, if 32X came out instead of Sega CD, maybe that would have made more sense. Or if maybe 32X was the Sega CD. Like, it was a CD-based system and 32-bit. It could have actually, you know, outlived the Genesis as a Parasite platform or something like that, maybe. Oh, you're not feeling nuts and bolts? Yeah, it's a shame. And the thing is, I don't know how Nuts and Bolts looks. Like, if you could... I don't remember if you could see Banjo and Kazooie on the vehicles, or if they're, like, inside, like, a cockpit or cabin. But it would be such a shame with the very distinctive design of those two characters not to be able to see the characters that much if they're not visible inside the vehicles. That's, you know, another downside to the vehicle aspect, potentially. I don't know, maybe you can see them if, like, the vehicles have open cockpits or whatever, because I don't even remember what the vehicles look like in that game so much. Huh. I have to hit this switch. Oh, shucks. I did not realize there were going to be spikes there. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get up there. Yeah, it's a great looking GBA game, and like, oh, that's what I was thinking about the 32X. I derailed my own train of thought there. Was that when the 32X did come out, the benefits of the system, I mean, it wasn't as powerful as the Game Boy Advance, right? But the benefits of what 32X did have to offer, outside of like the really obvious games like Star Wars, obviously those 3D effects are pretty impressive. Like, you could tell just from screenshots. But when it came to other games, they just look like Genesis games to me. And this is being a Sega kid in the 90s, looking at the magazine screenshots, like, oh, wow, Sega has a new thing that turns the Genesis into a 32-bit system. And then I looked at the games, and I'm like, how am I supposed to take this seriously as a 32-bit system when the PlayStation is a 32-bit system, and that has much more impressive polygonal 3D environments in a lot of the games. And then we have other 32-bit systems coming out, like the Saturn was already, from Sega themselves, is already on the way, which is much more impressive. And so the benefits of the 32X, whatever improvements it did have, really didn't show off in the screenshots as well. It really wasn't until I saw, you know, you could see like a Doom, okay, that's better 3D than like what the Super NES could do and so forth, but it was really not until I watched Pete playing Spider-Man Web of Fire, some of those rotating platforms, I could really tell, like, okay, this is something that Genesis would never be able to do, or would have to use the most extreme programming trickery, which is something that Genesis had up its sleeve a lot of the time, actually. especially with a lot of those those Traveler's Tales games, like really kind of did all kinds of cool things to make the Genesis do things it wouldn't seem to be able to do otherwise. But, yeah, the levels got very quickly getting much more... Now, am I... Okay. That's just a matter of me not really realizing. It said use a wind bullet. Did it say you could use enemies as well? If it did, I certainly forgot it quickly enough that that became a problem. And now we just jump down here to collect these beads. So we've got one of the 3 stars we need to get out of here. Now, like, lately I've been kind of sampling games. Maybe starting... There we go. Maybe starting next month, maybe I'll... Well, my first stream next month, I want to go back to Sonic for Game Gear. Because whenever I did Sonic for Game Gear Master System, I got a lot of people showing up. They're like, I've never seen this game before. Like, this version of Sonic before. Especially from North American gamers. And that's the game that first game I ever streamed. It's one of the games, really, giving that game coverage on Twitch is one of the reasons I dedicated to building a streaming rig. You like the colors and the graphics? It's just like the actual gameplay, like the vehicle-based gameplay that's really kind of, you're not feeling in Nuts and Bolts, Serial Walrus? Okay. Alright, we're gonna get up here. I forget you can, when you do the double jump while holding an enemy, it does carry your momentum. That goes also for holding blocks, but I'm gonna need to... Okay, here we go. Put the block here. Climb on this pole. And... There we go. Hey, we got a heart back. Should probably be running into another star soon. Like, Advance Wars, I didn't get that far. I didn't even complete the tutorials in Advance Wars. Just the tutorials in Advance Wars felt like an awesome game in and of themselves. Because I had GBA during launch window, but I was at the mercy of what games I could afford or what games were at Blockbuster that were made available for rental. So all the games except for Super Mario Advance that I've been playing in the Game Boy Advance launch window, I've never played before except for Mario Advance itself. Do I have to leave this area now and retry this little puzzle thing? Alright, anything where you could sort of box yourself into a corner. They seem to be really good so far about having some kind of exit nearby where you could reset the room. Oh, okay, there we go. Didn't quite... No, I did it again. Okay, good. Alright. Gonna have to carry this over here. Yeah, so, like, Advance Wars and Klonoa, those came out in September. I set up Advance Wars GBA Online before... Oh, you set up Game Boy Advance, there's some kind of mod or something so you could play Advance Wars Online, is that what you mean? If there's one console you prefer emulation to native, it's GBA? Oh, okay, you set up you set it up via emulation? It's not that I could play this on actual hardware, it's just that I have no, I guess, motivation to, because I'm more interested in just sort of demonstrating the games and capturing my experience of playing the game. I guess I'm more interested in that than I would, because if I was on my own, I probably would not be playing this right now. Because actually, I care a lot about video games, but playing video games is probably... Oh, you're playing GBA Online? Do you mean like multiplayer, or just like playing on a browser? Or because you're talking about Advance Wars, when I hear people talk about Advance Wars, I want to think like, you mean online in the sense of multiplayer? But yeah, this looks really great, and I plan on doing I've streamed, when I was streaming Sonic the Hedgehog for Game Gear, I was doing it using my analog Mega SG, and I do have the Analog Pocket pre-ordered. Alright. Okay. What do I want to do here? What do I actually want to do? Okay. So if I bring this up here... So if I bring this up here and then toss it across... So I'm probably not going to beat this. Well, I'm going to move on to some other games, but I am been kind of sampling a lot of this early GBA stuff that happens to be on the Wii U Virtual Console. But when I get the Analog Pocket, I will be coming back to the Game Boy in general, you know, and all the different systems. Your favorite play is on the PS3 and RetroArch, honestly. I really don't know anything about RetroArch. I just know it's... Oh, okay. Alright, that's kind of what I meant to do to begin with. I just didn't know if I could... There's a way to set down the block without throwing it. So pretty much I just didn't even realize that what I just did was an option. But now I need... Huh. So I put the block down there. But I need the block to... Huh. Yeah, if anyone sees... If you see what I'm doing wrong, feel free to point it out. But yeah, so I'm probably not going to beat Klonoa. Coincidentally, a lot of the games I've been playing are games that... Do I have a fat PS2? My PS2 stopped working. I have my fat PS2 from back in the day. It just stopped working. I never got it fixed. I have a slim PS2. The only game I've really tried to play on it is Grand Theft Auto 3, which I haven't played since like the 2000 for a very long time, and I just can't get it to work on that thing. I don't know why, and I don't know if it's and I don't have many PS2 games, but the very few PS2 games I had just kind of vanished over time. So I want to, Oh, you know what? I think I see what. Wait, what do I want to happen? Okay. Do I want to... the games just weren't loading. I don't even think I have the PS2 anymore. I think I might have left it behind when I moved. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. I have to throw it. I throw it against that wall, and then when it hits the wall, it'll fall, and I want it to fall on that grate. Okay. Oh, or not? I'm onto something here. I'm onto something here. Yeah, for the Slim, I don't even know what, if anything, is wrong with it. Because I haven't even tried booting it up in years. And the Slim was just a gift from a friend. Doesn't matter if your fat PS2 disk drive isn't working. Just get a Frimkbot with OPI and a network adapter with hard drive boot, all games from HDD. Like, I have not modded any of my systems in any way, so all that was kind of just like another language to me that I'm not familiar with. I mean, I'm sure a 10-minute search on some wiki somewhere, that's like a simple article, would teach me what the heck all that meant. But now, what I'm about to do, this may not be... Now, Shucks. Now, I'm about to do something, and I'm not sure if it's what they wanted me to do. I mean, I'm sure it's simple when you actually know what's going on and do it. Just to bypass not having... Yeah, you know what I need to do? I've been saying this for a few streams now. PS2 is the easiest console mod because it's all plug and play. Okay, I don't think I have my fat PS2 anymore. Anyway, I doubt I still have that thing. All right, but But if I run into a fat PS2 I have the opportunity to buy, I will. Shucks. I will go ahead and get it if it's a really cheap, just for the. Because I'm sure PS2 is kind of in that level now where it's like just sort of seen as a garbage, obsolete system. Like where my NES was in like '98, where I literally just got my NES out my neighbor's garbage because I just didn't want it anymore. PSP is the easiest soft mod, followed by PS2 now? Okay. Let's see if I can get up on that platform. Alright. Okay. Do I have to jump? Do I have to jump with this block in such a way that it lands? Okay, I got it. I just need to get the timing right. Oh, almost. Yeah. That was cool. That was a cool puzzle. That was a cool puzzle. I did invite people to, if they saw what I needed to do to, That's true, the PSP processor is easier. Last time I touched PSP, Steam was using a Pandora battery to mod it. Wait, so is there a battery that can actually mod, like, the software elements of the PSP? Because if so, that sounds pretty crazy. Okay. Now if can I walk through the gate with this guy? No, I can't. I just didn't want to go through that gate, through that one-way door without making sure I had the key and everything I needed. Because I knew I had the key. The switch will reset itself after a set period of time. Okay. Hey, third. Okay, all we have to do now is get to the exit. Bring this block with us. Oh, shucks. Yeah, game probably did not want us to do that. Hey, okay. Alright. We're gonna have to block the wind gate. Hey, perfect level of difficulty, nice and satisfying, but man, these are really... You literally plug your PSP into a PC, drag the custom firmware over, and start the firmware. Yeah, it sounds about as easy as it gets. Even I could do that. I just want to... I'm not going anywhere, I just want to, go ahead and close the blinds as it gets, as the sun sets in my area. Alright. Let me just put my headphones back in. Yeah, I'm just using, like, plain old little headphones with this. Alright. But in a half hour I'll take my next 6-minute break. But I could probably do another hour and a half after that. Yeah, all the batteries, you know, that's one of those things when I heard people complaining, like, oh, I can't believe the Xbox controller, the new Xbox controller is using AA's, it's so, like, obsolete. I'm like, yeah, it's obsolete, like, if they're obsolete, why does every store sell them? Because down the line, now you actually can have, you're going to be able to put those batteries in your controller and have it work. Whereas, like with this Wii U Pro controller here, or this Switch Pro controller, when these batteries die, I'm just gonna have to get a new controller, or just have it always be plugged into USB somehow, because you can't just switch the batteries out that easily because it's a proprietary battery. So, you bought the PS Vita and PSP demo? Yeah, I did not get the Vita day one, just because I got the PSP day one, and you know the games for it were great. Well, actually, if they announced Parappa the Rappa for PSP a little sooner, I wouldn't have sold my PSP. But you know, I was in college, didn't have a job yet. I wanted the money, and there were more than enough games on DS. And so, regrettably, I didn't want to at the time, but I didn't mind providing an affordable PSP to someone who was more interested in the system than I was. But if they had announced Parappa the Rappa a little sooner, I would have held on to the system. Yeah, like user serviceable batteries. Like I remember people calling it anti-consumer that it uses AA's. I'm like, how can you say using a standard battery is anti-consumer? They say it people have there's a very popular folly lately of mistaking consumer convenience with being consumer not being consumer friendly. Because their practices were like, you know, shipping defective products and then blaming the user on them. Like that's a non-consumer friendly practice. Like when I had one of the first generation MacBooks, right? When Apple switched from the IBM G3 and G4 processors to the Intel Core Duos, and I had one of those first laptops, and the palm rests on them discolored from having your hands on them. Like the heat of the human body caused the palm rest to discolor in the shape of your palms. And they were saying, and Apple at the time was saying like, oh, like you have to wash your hands before you use the computer. And I remember like talking about an Apple phone. It's like, oh, just wash your filthy paws before you like, why would you get such an expensive computer, not wash your filthy paws before using it? They were just like, openly insulting the people who were having this problem. And then eventually Apple like relented and actually replaced the keys, replaced the palm rests on the keyboards free of charge. And Nintendo people are kind of like that too, where if you have, like I go on the IGN boards because I hate myself. And people who complain about Joy-Con drift will be like, oh, I can't believe you're complaining about that. Like, you know, that's, it's not, you know, Nintendo's fault. You use the controller too much. Like, people will, like, they will ride or die apologize for anything Nintendo does. And they get so easily offended. I remember when, like, I think it was Edge magazine, one of the few gaming magazines left, I think. Like, I have an iPhone. Like, for me, I like Apple's products like 1% more than I dislike them as a company. Like, the balance between hating Apple enough not to use their stuff and liking their stuff enough to put up with using it is like 1% difference. I like tolerate having an iPhone at this point. Like, I do not, like, if I got a Mac Mini, I'd have specific things I'd want to do with it, but I would not invest in a Mac at this point. Like, I basically went from, I mean, I was an Apple II. I used Apple II back in the day. That was the first computers I used. Then I actually had a Macintosh SE that was the first home computer we had. It was one of those little black and white, you know, early generation Macintoshes. And then we got an iMac. But before that, we got an IBM PC that was running GEOS. Or it was running New Deal School Suite 98, which is a variation of GEOS, I believe. Which is this weird operating system. It isn't Linux, it isn't Windows, it isn't DOS, it's its own thing. And it is like a second away from midnight at the death's door of being totally, absolutely irrelevant. And basically it was trying to be Linux before there was Linux. You're using a laptop design from WinXP. It's a 186. Okay. It would be nice if play and charge batteries were included. Yeah, that would be the ideal, to include the play and charge batteries, and have the reusable batteries be a resource. And plus, when it runs out of batteries, you can just pop in new ones, which is convenient if you're streaming or in a high speed situation. yeah, so then the first internet computer I had was a Mac, was an original first generation iMac. Then we got like a generic Windows XP. No, actually, originally it was running Windows ME, and it would blue screen if you like looked at it too hard. But then we got an iBook, and even in like 2001 iBook was basically a computer 10 years ahead of its time in terms of the interface and the features. Because in 2001, this iBook I actually had for school, for to help with writing and stuff, because I have a fine motor disability. In addition to the, sometimes, I have an array of different things that often come as a package. Certain things with math, certain things with fine motor skills, and then like light sensitivity and complex migraine stuff that really hasn't been so much of a problem these days. But I used the laptop throughout high school. Before, this is like 2001. So this is like before people generally even had cell phones, so let alone a freaking laptop. But the reason I went with the iBook is just it was so durable, and the features like being able to instantly go to sleep just from closing the lid. A lot of laptops in 2001 still didn't have that, and a lot of laptops of that size class in 2001 were still what they called sub-notebooks, kind of what came along before netbooks. And yeah, so that's why. And then so there was a while where and even in 2006 when I got my MacBook, there was a while where I really feel like Apple had some of the best laptops out there, but they just became more and more like with the newer versions of Mac OS. It feels like I'm using the computer, right? And I feel like Tim Cook is standing over my shoulder, slapping my hand whenever I do something with the computer that's not the exact way he wants me to do it. It's like, God forbid, I put in a DVD of my own home videos that I transferred to DVD, and then try to take a screenshot of that. Oh, you're warning, you are committing piracy. Do not take screenshots while a DVD is inserted. I'm like, oh, come on. And even if I was taking screenshots, like, if I'm doing a review or something like that, like, I'm allowed to use, like, screenshots for fair use. So it's like, come on. I mean, Apple, the whole point of the original Macintosh, the original ad was that, fight Big Brother, get a Macintosh. And now Apple is Big Brother. Either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. So, I do have an iPhone. If, down the line, if I do, and I'm not using, the reason I got an iPhone was because I was using a Mac at the time, and now I don't use Mac. Like, after I got a 2006 MacBook, then I got a 2011 MacBook, and after that, I just switched to getting cheapo laptops and just throwing Ubuntu on it. And I'm not one of those people who could, whenever I do command line stuff, I need to look up exactly what I'm going to do before I do it and know exactly what's going on. Like, I'm not someone who can just work the command line and look like a really, not a super talented Linux user who could really work the command line and things like that. But just the level of freedom where I have this computer and it feels like I'm actually using a computer and not a giant smartphone with a computer-like interface. Like, using the newer versions of Mac OS and Windows to an extent just feels like I'm using a smartphone with a mouse and keyboard interface. Whereas when I'm using Linux, I actually feel like I'm using a computer. Even if I'm using sort of the kiddie pool version of Linux that is as user-friendly and idiot-proof as possible. Yeah, the price to performance is a joke, but, like, if you're willing to put up with the dumb things like I talked about, when you get a Mac, it will last you a while. That I will say. I was going with, like, I was just using, just cheapo, Linux boxes and Linux and laptops. Like, I used Office PCs and just cheapo laptops and just throwing Ubuntu on it. But when it came time to build my streaming rig, I did get my first Windows PC since, like, 2001. And when I started using Windows 10, I'm like, oh, this needs to go. I just got, like, a Windows XP ish like a start bar, so that it actually looks like a computer when I press start, and not like a doggone smartphone window thing with I have all these widgets and gadgets and pushing news and meme videos and stuff at me. I'm like, I don't need to see that. I just want to see what's on my computer so I can access it quickly. I actually download some third-party thing to sort of run on top of my actual start menu and make the old start menu go away. And so that's what... And I just got that because I knew all the stuff for streaming would be so much easier. Now, what am I actually doing here? What am I actually trying to do? And that's one thing. This is a bit of a... I guess this could be a bit of a tough game to play while I'm running my mouth about all these different things. Okay. Alright. Now, what's up here? Yeah, I'm wind shell. That's what I'm using. Yeah, like... it feels like Windows and Macintosh are just, like, fighting to... And then when that thing I was talking about, like, when I put in my DVD, and when my DVD of a VHS, my own VHS tape, like, of a home video, that I ripped, put on DVD, then I put it in my Mac to, like, and I wanted to take a screenshot of it, it wouldn't let me, like, oh, warning, you cannot take screenshots while a DVD is inserted for copyright protection. And I complained about that, and I had actually people defending this, like, oh, well, they have to protect their copy. I'm like, oh, come on. Like, they will defend anything. And I'm surprised, I'm impressed at this point that Apple still even allows you to install programs that aren't from the App Store. I mean, they, like, try to make it seem like any program you install that's not on the App Store is, like, some kind of virus, like, warning, this program is not from the App Store. I'm like, okay, no, I don't want to get a program from your App Store. I know it's a program. Some random person just wrote a program to run on a computer. That's, like, I know... I'm waiting for the day to come when Apple disables that. The only reason I still have my 2011 MacBook, and the only reason I use that is for a script writing program for writing television shows. Yeah, the fact that you can't drag and drop files onto your iPhone. The fact that the iPhone doesn't have an SD card slot. The fact that they make you pay for ringtones. And, like, my dad had an iPhone at one point, and I had a Android. And I was like, when I got my iPhone, I'm like, you have to pay separately for the ringtones? And I already have the songs? And he's like, well, yeah, you know, they have to pay the artist. I'm like, my Android phone lets me just use the songs I have on the computer as ringtones. It's not like I'm pirating the songs by using it as a ringtone. And the real BS thing is that on an iPhone, you can use songs you have, whether you buy them on iTunes, or if you just load them in from your computer, right? You could use those as the tones for alarms, but you can't use them as ringtones. For ringtones, you have to pay separately for them. But if you already have the song, you can use them as alarms. And that means that it's just a matter of Apple choosing not to enable that feature. Which is just... I mean, if you couldn't use them as alarm tones or as ringtones, at least that's consistent. But when you could use them as alarms but not ringtones, that's just showing they're explicitly just gating a feature arbitrarily to make you pay for it. Yeah, you see me getting heated over this, And frankly, like, I enjoy my smartphone. I mean, I use it when I do stuff, but I wish I had the will to just get a little candy bar. Like, I have a little candy bar, old-fashioned, like, phone that I actually, what I got it for, it was like 20 bucks. I got it so that I could put a temporary SD card in it, or a temporary SIM card in it, so that I could make overseas calls during my trip to England back in 2015. I still have the phone, so any SIM card I pop in, it'll work for it. But I wish that I had the nerve to... well, actually, now that I think my iPhone does have a SIM card now, I think I could just pop the SIM card into that if I wanted to. I don't know. I don't know if that'll mess things up or what. But there's something nice about being able to travel light and not have the entire digital world constantly nipping at your heels for attention every time I leave home. There's something... Okay, yeah, GameStop, you know, hey, sometimes you don't like a company, but when you need something, like, take advantage of them. Don't even take it... If they have what you need, use it, because that company is not long for this world at this point. They're gonna probably get a slight boost from all these console sales, and after that, I think that's really it for them. And there's a point where they're trying to, you know, come up with a new model for the stores, to have them be more, you know, more of an event when you go to one, and have them be more scarce, but have each one be able to do things like tournaments and special events that a traditional GameStop wouldn't be able to do. Yeah, okay. Let's see, what's up here? Is this a new area? Because I'm running my mouth so much talking about all this iPhone stuff that I can't even say offhand if this is a new area or not. No, I've seen this before. This is good. Yeah, and there's that block. And there was wasn't there a star? There was a star up there. There was a star up there, wasn't there? Yeah, this is I'm sorry, it's just... Yeah, this probably isn't the best game in the world to play while I'm having any sort of conversation that takes brain power. Because this got very puzzly very fast, and as I remember it, Klonoa 2 on PS2, I just remember... Oh, I died! I just remember that being more of a point A to point B game without all these puzzle elements. Whereas this is really much more slower paced. Even the first stage wasn't quite this slow, the first world rather. But now it's much slower paced, very puzzle oriented. Oh my gosh, I forgot those spikes were there. So there we go. We blocked that. Okay. There we go. But there's some new collectibles, so I have faith that this is going to be a new part of the stage. Oh no, I needed to use that to do the double jump. There we go. Okay, there's a new star we haven't collected yet. Which is something I said earlier. I mean, it's something that would have applied to the earlier part of the stream when I was still playing Mario 64. Alright. I'll just put this here. Hey, number 2. We'll bring the block... No, we have to leave it behind, I think. Oh. Okay, I could come back up from this side. I thought I missed my opportunity to grab that health. We just have to grab an enemy. There we go. We're just gonna use this guy to jump back up. Oh, shucks. Yeah, Sony's losing a lot of money on the PS4, and I was saying this before. I really see the Series X/Series X. Well, the Series S maybe especially so, especially if a lower budget gamer is if the Series X appealing to a lower budget gamer. I really do feel like the Series X, and especially the S, are basically just Xbox Game Pass set-top boxes at this point. And it's funny how we still have that term set-top box, when that literally meant a box that you put on top of your television, like a cable box, or in the 90s. I remember the phrase in the 90s, a multimedia home server, that has now been replaced by, you know, like a Fire Stick or something like that. But yeah, a set-top box, we still have that phrase, even though the concept of a television upon which you could place a box is so obsolete at this point. We still have the phrase in spite of that. Yeah, but I really do see the Xbox Series S as basically a set-top box for Xbox Game Pass. And there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, if I get a series... I mean, most of the games I'm more interested in, because I'm interested in playing FF7 Remake, and I can't play that on Xbox, and they still haven't announced plans for a PC version, though we could probably expect it long-term. And I think my PC I have would be able to run Remake. Yeah, I think my PC could run Remake, but I just, I would want... Because I want to play Beyond Good and Evil 2 when that comes out, because apparently, Michael Ancel, if I'm even saying his name correctly, I know his name is basically Michael, but it's like the French way of spelling it, so I'm not sure if that's pronounced differently. The creator of Beyond Good and Evil and Rayman, he retired from Ubisoft, but apparently he said that the Beyond Good and Evil 2 project was making good progress, and he didn't want to leave before that point. So I still believe it's going to come out. It's just it's going to take a long time. But I do need some kind of next-gen system to play that on. And I don't see that as a game that, even if there's a more powerful Switch, I don't see that coming to Switch. I see it being so online-centric that the Switch wouldn't be an ideal console for it, even if a progressive, you know, next-gen Switch, like a 9th generation Switch. So come on. No, not quite. Not quite. Just gotta make this jump over here. So I do need a system that can... Some sort of system... There we go. We're almost to the end now. Well, I don't know if we're almost to the end, but we've definitely, at the very least... we've at the very least collected all 3 stars. Yeah, I don't know... There we go. Throw him down. Oh, I'm glad I kept going, because we need the key. So I'm gonna need some kind of 9th gen system to play Beyond Good and Evil 2 on. So Series X would do that, but I want to play FF7 Remake, and there's no way I'm gonna be able to play Final Fantasy 16 unless it includes something similar to the classic mode of Final Fantasy 7 Remake. Because I'm not the kind of person who can keep up with an action game like that. Like, whereas I could play the older Final Fantasy games. Once it went to, like, that live action, like, the action-heavy, super crazy format of, like, the modern FF games, I really couldn't keep up with it anymore. And the only reason I even think, like, if FF7 Remake didn't have Classic Mode, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother, because there's no way I can keep up with that. But since Classic Mode is a thing, you know, I do have a hope that I could possibly actually be able to play that proficiently. Alright, we gotta figure out how to get... We gotta get that bird. We gotta grab him. There we go. You assume it will? Alright, we'll see. Because... there are more games I'm interested in for PS5. And, mind you, I'd probably... If I get PS5, I'd probably be getting it for just a handful of games. Which makes the investment even more hard to swallow. Because there are all kinds of cool looking... Like in that showcase, like in Midsummer, there are all kinds of cool games on there. How many of those am I actually going to play? Given that in the last... Like... The last 2 years, the only home console games I've played on the Switch, which is the only currently available system I own, have been... Super Lucky Still, because that was only $10 at Best Buy, and Link's Awakening, which was actually for my father. Then when he beat it, he just gave it back to me, because he plays games too, and I got it for his birthday, and then when he beat it, he gave it to me. Sony said they're trying to be more inclusive with difficulty and accessibility, and FF7 had it. And, I mean, it's a ability between, I mean, it's Sony, but it's also Square. But now they're working together again. It was amusing seeing people accusing, like, Sony of being, like, anti-consumer for FF16 being a PS5 exclusive for dedicated game consoles. Given that for so many years, the FF series was Sony exclusive anyway. People just got so used to it being a multi-platform franchise that now it's actually exclusive again. I remember that people were saying the same thing about Bayonetta 2. And the people were like having rage attacks because it was only on Nintendo. I'm like, well, Nintendo's paying to create the game, so it's Nintendo exclusive. And And then, like, a lot of the same people who were like, oh, Nintendo, Wii U's gonna suck, it needs more exclusive games, and it doesn't have enough mature games. Bayonetta 2, which otherwise would not have come out, is Nintendo exclusive. Oh, Nintendo stole Bayonetta from us. Okay, fine. You're the one who's saying that Nintendo needs more exclusives. It's like, oh, why should I have to buy Nintendo just for that one game? And I'm like, well, you were the one who's saying you didn't have enough exclusives, and that's not why you know, they sucked and you shouldn't buy them. Now they get some exclusives and you're mad about it? A game that otherwise would have never existed? I'm not even into Bayonetta. I just remember hearing, like, several stories about parents fathers specifically, not letting their sons play Bayonetta. Not because it's an M-rated game with, like, a really sexually provocative main character, but because there was a female protagonist. It's like, oh, you're a boy, you can't play that game because there's a girl in it. Like, that's, like, and I've seen enough stuff like that happen in stores where I actually believe at least a couple of those stories are probably actually true. Did I ever connect a PS2, GameCube, or original Xbox online? No, I did not. But I remember I was really excited when they announced Final Fantasy. I remember it was in 98 or 99. They announced Final Fantasy. Hey, Barface, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know if they announced, yeah, it was early 99. I think they announced Final Fantasy 9, 10, and 11 at the same event. And at that same event, Sony sort of, or Square, this is before the merger with Enix, they had the scenario of what it would be like, the future of, like, online gaming, and in an age where we're still, like, connecting 56K, a lot of us through AOL, like, their vision for online gaming just seemed so incredible and futuristic. Oh gosh, that's not what I meant to do. And I was really excited about, the future of online gaming, but I ended up never getting, Final Fantasy. Yeah, I never ended up getting. I never played Final Fantasy 9 at all. I rented Final Fantasy 10 and got stuck at a certain part and never played it again. Then Final Fantasy 11, I had someone I went to school with who they got Final Fantasy 11 the day it came out, and, like, at the high school I went to, when, like, before the classes started, there was, like, a long period to, like, get your books or whatever that was longer than a normal, like, in between classes, like, class switching period. So it was a time when all us teens would get together in our little cliques. We'd all have our own spots in the halls where certain people would hang out, and sort of the geeky section where I went. I had this friend, and we knew he was getting Final Fantasy 11. Like, we knew yesterday he was going to go get it. And then the next day we came in, and his eyes were, like, red, like he had been up all night. And he was like, I spent all night setting up Final Fantasy 11 on my PS2, because there was a special hard drive you had to get, and it was not an easy affair setting up this game. So it was hilarious. You just spent all night just setting up the game. And, like, it took him, like, 6 hours or something crazy like that to set it up, and then he just went to sleep for a couple of hours, and then he had to come into school. I'll never forget that. That was hilarious. Because I was interested, because, like, at that point, I was, like, no longer... I guess I just lost interest in FF11, but I was still interested to see what it was like. The idea of a massively multiplayer online RPG was still a new thing, in general. Oh, you know what? Okay, I see what's going on. I have to... Yeah, I already did it. You have to weigh that down. There we go. Yeah. How do you like that? We'll just have to come back through again. FF11 on PS2 was such a magical adventure. I'm sure it was. And you never... Like, when was there anything else like that on a home console at the time? If you get a fat PS2 with a network adapter? Oh, wait, what happened? Why did... What? Okay. That was confusing. Alright. Oh no, that's not... do... Okay, if I let that come up... Yeah, any hardware... Yeah, I don't really plan... I mean, I already... My purchase... My Analog Pocket pre-order is probably the biggest hardware purchase I'm gonna make in the next, like, calendar year. Because I already put down, like, the full price for that. Yeah, and... Yeah, with my luck, I was very lucky to easily be able to snag the Analog Pocket pre-order. So I will leave whoever else... I'll leave the pre-order, highly desired pre-order luck to others to get their 9th gen console, whether that's PS5 or the Xbox Series X or S. Yeah, I'll leave that to others, because I was already super lucky getting the Analog Pocket. And frankly, if I could only have the Analog Pocket, or the PS5 or Series X or S, I'd much rather have the Analog Pocket, and that's what I got pre-ordered. Oh, the Analog Pocket is... Well, I could show you... Hold on. I could show you my Genesis that I have. Well, the Mega SG. Okay. I actually have this handy. You can see the kind of box this ships in. Let me just switch over to my my full screen here. This is the box it's kept in. Analog is a company that makes FPGA clone systems. So this is the console here. Now this plays Genesis. Let me get in camera here. So this plays Genesis games. It plays Game Gear games through an adapter. It plays Sega CD games if you have a Sega CD which can plug into this. It plays Master System games. It plays the card-based Master System games. And then it also plays SG-1000 games. Now, SG-1000 is the system which preceded the Master System. Because there was a lot in North America and in Europe, it was Master System was sort of the rival to the NES, and then it went to the Genesis or the Mega Drive, which was the 16-bit console. The SG-1000 was the system that came before the Master System, or the Mark III in Japan, as it was known. And the Master System, if that was equivalent to NES, then the SG-1000 was equivalent to, say, ColecoVision. And this is not the Pocket. The Analog Pocket comes next spring. This is the Sega. This is Analog's Sega console. It's a clone system, and it runs on. It's not an emulation system like the what is it called? The Retron systems. This runs on FPGA. So if you don't know what FPGA is, basically instead of running an emulation program on generic hardware, it's running a chip it's basically hardware emulation instead of software emulation. It's basically the simplest way to put it. And yeah, so this is how, like, I have my childhood Game Gear games, and that's how I was able to play it with the cartridge adapter. So I was able to play my actual childhood cartridge of Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 using this console. And because it does, of course, output in HD, which is one of the main, benefits of this. But unlike a Retron, it's not with FPGA, it's much more a lot of the little subtle quirks of the original hardware are replicated for the most part, as opposed to emulation-based consoles. Like, when you run a cartridge on, like, a Retron, what you're doing is you're putting the cartridge in, you're ripping the ROM off the cartridge, then playing it on the system. But with the analog systems and FPGA solutions, you're actually running the game in real time off of the actual cartridge. So I was able to actually play, so a lot of little aspects of replicating the games that some emulators have trouble getting right. FPGA systems tend to be able to very easily replicate. And so that's how I've been playing my my console-based my Game Gear games. Oh gosh. Okay. Wait, okay, so if I oh no, if I locked... Okay, I was about to say, I could stand on here. And with the so that was their Sega their Sega compatible system. There was also you throw that there, it weighs us up here, and now I can grab that. Now there's also a Super Nintendo version. There's an NES version, but their NES consoles so far, their NES-based systems, have been extremely high-end. Like, to the point where they'll sell for, like, thousands of dollars, or, like, well, hundreds, like, upwards of $500. Because the earliest version was using actual salvaged NES or Famicom chips, whereas, now they're actually using an FPGA, which they... And the cores, I guess, like, an electronics engineer called Kevtris, if you've heard of him, is the one making these cores for analog, and he's apparently a very highly regarded in the reverse engineering and electronic engineering hobbyist community. So, like, I guess you could say he's kind of like this... Oh, no. Alright, at least it starts me off from right here. There we go. I still have 6... Oh my gosh. We're gonna remake that life. We're gonna earn that heart back right there. Yeah, really... Okay, there we go. Just waiting to see. Do I really... Am I gonna need... Yeah, I'm gonna need to... You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of jumping to grab clan balls in Mischief Makers. And if you've never played Mischief Makers, that sentence probably sounded like total nonsense to you. And that's why I'm gonna have to play this on stream sometime. One of the best N64 games, which I think got... I don't know, it seems like even at the time, like, I knew another kid in school who had Mischief Makers, so... And I remember getting a certain amount of magazine coverage, but I think a lot of people were overlooking it because it was one of the first, if not one of the only, real sprite-based 2D platformers on N64. At least one of the only ones to make it to North America. And in the N64 era, everyone was... I remember renting Mischief Makers because I saw coverage of it in magazines, right? And the guy at Blockbuster actually warned, you know, me and my mother, you know, like, this isn't a 3D game. This is like an old style, like, 2D game. Because apparently a lot of people have been renting Mischief Makers and then returning it because they didn't realize it was a 2D game, and they thought it was like, oh, it's a 2D game. They're kind of disappointed in it. So this is like an age when, like, and I don't know, a lot of, infamously, I think Sony and Sega for PlayStation and Saturn had policies against, well, limiting or outright banning any game that wasn't a polygonal 3D game. Which is crazy now, because a lot of the most well-regarded games on those systems are 2D games. Yeah, I don't know the details about, like, if they just wouldn't allow those games to even be released, or if they wouldn't publish them themselves, or whatever. But, you know, excuse me, Serial Wars, I sort of wandered off topic there. But so, yeah, so they have a Super NES solution, then they have that what I showed you was the Sega solution. They have an NES solution, which so far has been made in somewhat limited quantities and is their most expensive sort of product and most desired. And what they're coming out with is a handheld system that plays Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy games natively. Then it'll have an adapter for Game Gear, Lynx, and I think Neo Geo, or either, and possibly in the future, I forgot which systems it's going to support, but it's definitely going to cover all my Nintendo handhelds, and I look forward to playing my original cartridges. I probably would have taken a different strategy with buying GBA games on the Wii U Virtual Console if I knew that this system was going to come out and I'd be able to score a highly desired pre-order for it. Like, the Analog Pocket, when that came out, when that was announced, it like was trending on Twitter, and when the pre-orders went live for it, it was possibly as big a deal as far as people scrambling to get the pre-orders, people lined up, you know, at their computers waiting for the exact time the pre-orders were supposed to go live. It was as big a deal as getting a pre-order for one of the 9th gen consoles. And so it's a handheld that will play all these handheld games in HD, and it'll come with a dock. Well, it doesn't come with it. You have to buy it separately, and I did pre-order that as well, where you can place the system in there and then play on the, you know, attach it into your HDMI input on a capture card or a monitor, just as I'm doing now with my Wii U. So I'll be able to play a lot of my Game Boy cartridges that I own. You know, there's some games that I do have the real cartridges for that I'm going to go ahead and play the Wii U version of, rather than wait and, rather than wait for the Analog Pocket to come out, because it's supposed to come out in spring. To pre-order it, you had to put down the full price for it, but, which was quite the purchase for me, but I knew I'd be getting a lot of use of it, in streaming, and there we go. So, there are some games, though, that I already have downloaded to the Wii U on the Virtual Console that okay, that's where I came from. So I'm just going to go ahead and play them on the Wii U rather than wait, because it's supposed to come out in some undisclosed point in the springtime. And that's another nice thing about pre-ordering the Analog Pocket, is because pre-ordering the Analog Pocket kind of forces me, I'm like, well, I'm paying like more than $300 for all this stuff, that's not coming out till next year, which forces me to okay, the fact that I'm paying this much for this stuff is kind of forcing me to admit that I'm assuming that 2021 is even going to be a thing with the way this year is going. So in a certain sense, it was a positive exercise, as a good exercise in positive thinking. Now over here, I believe I saw the door to get out of here. So all I have to do now is find whatever there we go. Find whatever they want me to do with this block. Now if I... okay. Now if I jump over here... hey, you're new. Okay, I just need to... I swear I did not see that bird. There we go. I have to use this to do that jump. Now, with the storyline, the lore so far is that I'm there's this opera diva. Oh, okay. There we go. The next room door revolves. Activate the switch to make it revolve, and Klonoa can go to different places. There's that door is the exit to the stage. Oh, okay. Are we about to do some... oh, boy. Nice way to introduce this new element right at the end of the stage. But we should be able to exit the stage now. There we go. Yeah, there's an opera diva at the top of this tower that we're climbing, and she's apparently been transformed into a monster, and she's going to be the boss of this world. So we're going to have to, So we have a couple of stages that just opened up. 2-5. Now, I don't know if you... like, you don't have to... Now, if I beat this stage, I don't know if more stages are going to open up, because there's some times where more stages of where multiple levels open up at once, and then when I beat those levels, I don't actually get new stages unlocked. So I don't know what the purpose of those stages are yet, or if I need those to advance to the next area. Okay, we got... That's pretty fast. We've already got one of the 3 stars. Yeah, so far I haven't had to go too far out the way to grab the stars. For the most part, I've found them just in the course of going through the stage the first time. There's been one time where I've gotten to the end without the star and I just sort of had to go back and collect it. But so far, the game's been pretty nice about... Oh, come on. There we go. We all know what's going on here. We weigh that down, jump over here, now we can grab you, and use... There we go. Use the double jump. Hey, key. Oh my gosh. Let's see if we can climb over. Okay, it just takes us back over here. There we go. After this stage, I'm going to take another 6-minute break. Because it's already been more than 90 minutes since my last one, but I've been having a blast with this. But I do... Yeah, I think I'm going to go for morning or afternoon streams from now on. Because I'm just enjoying this so much more than I did like my last one where I was just late. And it's not just that I was late, it's that I was tired. Because sometimes I could do it. Sometimes I'm fine. I've done so many late streams. It's just that last time was the first one where I really felt like, okay, I have no stamina, no energy. When I'm thinking about this, like, oh, I still have to stream for another 2 hours, I'm not having fun, I'm like, alright, it's time to call it. Because if my quality of the gameplay and the conversation... There we go. And we stand on the platform while... Okay. There we go. Your song till... Oh yeah, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4. I never played any of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games. I just remember... I do remember what a big deal they were, though. Like, I remember... Like, for instance, they were a big enough deal that when the PlayStation 2 came out in Japan, and PS2 was a big deal in a way that even PS... Oh my gosh. Like, I mean, we've gotten so accustomed to it, new PlayStation systems coming out, you know, console generation switchovers, but like that, when we went from PS1 to PS2, from Saturn to Dreamcast, that was the first console generation switchover since the beginning of the polygonal 3D era, and it was such a vast improvement that it was just really thrilling to, you know, oh man, like, PlayStation 2 is coming out, you know, it's a kind of excitement that's hard to describe nowadays. But the Japanese launch of PS2 came out, and that issue of EGM that had the Japanese coverage of PS2, where they actually sent EGM writers to Japan to grab the Japanese consoles to play the games on and write reviews of. Even with the Japanese launch of PS2, the headline story, the cover story, and oh yeah, okay, that was a big issue actually, because that one issue of EGM, I have to find a scan of it, because that issue was a very historically significant issue, because that issue had the Japanese launch of PS2, it had the preview of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and it had the official confirmation of the existence of the Xbox, which was just kind of a rumor at that point. And there was like, you know, this headline, like, Xbox, it's confirmed real, and it's more powerful than PS2. That was like mind-blowing news at the time. The fact that the Xbox, the rumored Microsoft game console, you know, is it going to be like a PC? Is it going to be like a game console? Is it going to be a hybrid of PC and game console? the fact that the Xbox was real and it was more powerful than PS2, which at the time seemed like a supercomputer in terms of its output. And it's, you know, it was a pretty big deal at the time. That was a particular magazine. And there was a poster for Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 that I actually had on my wall until I finally moved out of my childhood home. Yeah, and I think I left it behind, but that was okay. Did I just do something I wasn't really supposed to do? Well, if not, I could undo it with fairly easily. Okay, that's a one-way ticket. That's a one-way barrier. Yeah, so I never played any of those games, but I know I definitely appreciated what a big deal they were. Whenever it came time to rent one of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games, there was always just something I wanted that I was more interested in renting. Like the last PS2 game I remember renting was, I think one summer, like Blockbuster had this thing where you paid like $30, right? You paid like flat out $30, and then, but for the rest of this, from Labor, I think it was from July, no, it was from Memorial Day to Labor Day, I think this deal was. It started on Memorial Day, and up until Labor Day, you could rent as many games, you could take out as many, up to 2 games, right? And, yeah, you could rent up to 2 games, any 2 games for any consoles, 2 for the same game, 2 for 2 different consoles. You could only have up to 2 out at a time, but you didn't have to pay anything extra. You could basically just come in, swap games whenever you want. You could keep it as long as you want. That's how I played Eternal Darkness, Mark of Kree, which even if they never really continued with that series, I'm just kind of surprised they never used that unique targeting system in any other games. I did like that a lot, because Mark of Kree had this interesting targeting system. I guess they were trying to find what the next big thing was after the Zelda's... my fondest memories of the Xbox original. Now, I was fortunate in the 6th generation to have the Xbox, the PS2, and the GameCube. I was fortunate to have all 3. And, you know, I was still in school then, so I had more time to play games, so I was able to, you know, actually spend time with each of the systems. I was a fan of all 3. I was particularly rooting for Nintendo because it seemed like such an underdog story, and for a while it really did seem like GameCube would end up being Nintendo's Dreamcast in a sense, or they might not survive to make another console. But I did enjoy all 3 systems. For the original Xbox, I remember reading the official Xbox magazine. And I was just so, like, the fact that the controller was 10 feet long. Now, I had dogs that loved to, like, wrestle and play fight in front of the TV. So having a 10-foot long controller with a breakaway cord, with a breakaway snap on it. Yeah, well, if I cared enough about online gaming, I definitely would have been able to, I definitely would have did so. I was more interested in platformers than anything else at the time, so... I guess I just wasn't... Yeah, when I was mainly interested in platformers, I wasn't that concerned with online gaming, though the concept of it was really fascinating. And my first online game play was on the DS, with Mario Kart DS. But I was really fascinated with what, you know, online gaming as, you know, the long-term future of games. But with my original Xbox, I got that in December... No, I got it for Christmas in 2002. My uncle got it for me, right? And, okay, wait, did I already came through here, didn't I? Did I already beat the stage? I already beat the stage. Is that what's going on here? Did I already beat the stage? Did I replay the stage again for no reason? Yeah, so I beat... Excuse me. This just seems so... Did I already beat this? I feel like I already beat this, and I just didn't even recognize I was going through the same stage again, because I hadn't memorized the stage. I accomplished nothing the last, like, 10 minutes. I accomplished nothing there. Alright. Well, that makes it sound like I'm just dejected and just like, alright, I accomplished nothing, game over. But I just need to get up and take another stretch break. I will be back in another 6 minutes. And I'll continue on for at least another hour. I would... Yeah, we'll see. But at least another hour and a half, let's say. Let's see. So, I will be back. Because if I don't do this, there's no way I'm going to be able to stream for another hour, let alone another 90 minutes, which is what I kind of like to do. So, I'll be back. And... Well, let's get right back into it. Wake up the system a bit. Kind of stupid. Now, we're gonna actually play a different level this time. Oh, it's an auto-scroller. Okay. Some warning would be nice. Come on. I'm guessing... I can't imagine there being too many puzzle elements. I'm guessing the stars are going to be relatively on the way. Oh, you know what? Is this why this level's kind of treated like an extra level? Oh my gosh. Now, if I lose all my lives, I do not know if it's going to restart me from the beginning of the game. Yeah, if there was... Okay, let's say if there was lava rising from the bottom of the screen. Okay, that contextualizes it. That makes a little more sense in universe. Here, what is killing Klonoa? Just the bottom of the screen? Like, what is making him die? Like, it's really frustrating when... Like, have a wall of spikes coming from the bottom or something? Something to show why there's a hazard at the bottom. And it's even worse in, like, in Sonic the Hedgehog for Master System, in Jungle Zone Act 2, where Sonic can't scroll down even if there's... Or, same thing as, like, in Kid Icarus, or I know Contra does this, even though I've never played a Contra game before, but I know these games are infamous for this. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna try, give this one more shot, and if I die, I'm just gonna go to the next stage. Because I'm guessing this is why this level is kind of treated as an extra kind of thing. That wasn't an immediate thing you needed. Oh wow, this level doesn't even have the 3 stars. You just have to get to the end. Well, now I don't have to... I'm not trying to explore so much in that case, then. Because I was kind of trying to make sure I was getting through as much of the level as possible. Come on. Oh, come on! Okay, I could climb on these. I've never encountered this obstacle or this element, stage element before, so... Please, please, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to continue the stage. Okay, I think we got... Did we win it? Okay, no, there's more. Okay, we just barely made that. Alright. Yeah, oh yeah, I never finished my memories, my original Xbox memories. So we got the console in... What? Yes, Christmas 2002. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't asking for it. I was very fortunate to have PS2 and GameCube already. And they weren't as many games on Xbox I was interested in, but Jet Set Radio Future was definitely one of them, and that's the game that was actually included with my bundle of the system. I think I got one of the earliest packages of the system that came with the redesigned smaller controller. I know going to my uncle's house, it was just amazing, like, because in Christmas 2001, going to my uncle's house, and they all had the original Xbox, because Xbox and GameCube came out at about the same time, I think within like a month of each other or something like that. And I remember just being blown away by how huge the original controller was, which is now called the Duke. And I never heard anyone call the original Xbox controller the Duke until the time they did the re-release of the controller for the oh my gosh, okay, for the Xbox One. So I never heard anyone call it the Duke back then. But my version of the controller, my version of the system did come with the redesigned smaller controller, and it was just awesome being able to play a Jet Set Radio Future, because I played Jet Grind Radio at a friend's house on Dreamcast, and I never owned a Dreamcast, even though I was really excited for that system and was telling my friends about it. but I never actually got to own it. So it was cool being able to play a game in that series. Oh, come on. Alright. That was weird. I guess I just didn't do what the game intended me to do at that point. And it just offered me no leeway in being able to recover. There we go. I don't know if I've made it further than I did on my last go yet. Not quite sure how far along or not I am here. Oh, by the way, fantastic music for this stage. Like, yeah, they really do an interesting job keeping with the hectic atmosphere. Oh my... Okay, I see what I'm supposed to do there, I think. Yeah, I never played the first Klonoa game. Alright, I have to do all that over again. This is a really unforgiving level, yet it maintains the comfy atmosphere. The only other game I played in this series was Klonoa 2 on PS2, which I rented. And I really liked it, but I never actually owned it. I wanted to get the remake on the Wii, but I never got it, and I understand that game's getting increasingly expensive, though not as pricey as the PS1 game disc. And by the way, I just want to point... Okay, can't I really like the shading on those winged orbs. The shading on them and the color it really pops. It's really... Oh, come on. Just because I missed that one thing, now I'm struggling to salvage my run here. Okay, we're back in the game now, but gee whiz. It's really messed up that they make you vision over. Continue. Okay, they make me start from the beginning. Wow, I have 7 lives. I don't know if I have a limited amount of continues or what. But I'm not going to risk my entire run on this, which seems to be a potentially optional stage. Wow, there's 2 other people in the lobby for that. And is this sort of an ad hoc online game, such as it were, or does it rely on unique servers that are still online or are using like a fan server? Or was this one of those games where you just connected and it was just sort of an ad hoc kind of thing? If I'm using the right term. Yeah, and they may be increased interest, activity on that game just because of the remaster. So maybe that explains it. Or maybe Tony Hawk Pro Skater fans are really that solid. I don't know. Yeah, so Jet Set Radio Future was the first game I played. I mean, mind you, at this point, I did have 3... Oh my gosh. I did have 3 different home consoles, and most of the games I played I had to rent, so I wasn't playing that many games on the original Xbox. I didn't have that much money, really. Okay, I almost got to the point where the spring wasn't, like, I guess despawned off-screen. But I know, like, what was it? Yeah, what was it? That's one of those verbal tics I want to try and work on. But Chronicles of Riddick, which was one of the later Xbox games, like, I don't know if it's true, if this holds up now, but at the time I was like, why do we even need an Xbox 360 when Chronicles of Riddick on the original Xbox already looks this good? Like, one of those games that I really pushed what could be done on the system. And it was a licensed game at that, you know. At a time, being another one of those verbal tics, I would, oh my gosh, in a perfect world, would like to work on. Their new servers, you're connected on servers through the official net component of the game. They're new servers that have been hosted for a few years. Okay, that's... Oh. it's not that it's hard. It's just that there's so little margin for error. Like, what they want you to do isn't complicated, but you just have to do it perfectly. So it's... Okay. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's the... What I think really is kind of unreasonable is when they force you to rely on a certain enemy. They make you kill an enemy, and then you need to wait till the enemy responds in order to make the next jump in the intended sequence. And I think that's what's been costing me... I mean, yeah, some of these deaths are my own fault, but when you make me have to do a jump like this, but then they'll do another jump sometimes where I need the enemy I just killed to respawn as quickly as possible. So when I get to... Okay, is this one of those? Yeah, I need to do that jump. It's... Okay. It's the fact that they have those invisible those vanishing platforms, and the enemies that you have to wait to respawn in order to be able to double jump off of them. That in combination is set up in a way that I find to be kind of unfair, and that's the first thing about this game that I felt to be cheap or unfair or unreasonable. If the platforms lasted like a full second longer before deteriorating, then it would have been fairer. But when you can't see the platform because, like, it's scrolling up so quickly, it's just a combination of really unfair elements, I feel like. Okay. Dot hack fragment. I know of the dot hack games, and I was interested in the dot hack games for PS2, but that was the point where my PS2 already broke. Because I was interested in the idea of a simulated online... Oh, gosh. There we go. Oh. I didn't realize I was so close to the end of the stage there. Or... I better get something nice for finishing the stage. Okay. So, I guess I just had to finish one of these two stages. At which point it would have allowed... Yeah, I guess it was a pick which stage I wanted to go for. But... let's go ahead and go to the boss stage. I think that's... Yeah, boss. You booted into dot hack fragment online. Okay, because I know some of the... Oh, a Japanese exclusive English patched. Okay. Because I know, like, the first dot hack game for PS2 was basically a game about an online game, so that when you played it, it was a fictional online game you were playing, so it was sort of simulating an online game, and when I realized a lot of the time investment that was required, my tongue is very slightly blue, that was required to get into a lot of those online RPGs, that's when I kind of, like, I just like to play games when I want, and then to stop playing when I want. I didn't want to have to play it as a chore, or as a routine in order to keep up with... Sorry, I left a storage box in my room open in order to get out my FPGA Sega compatible system. And the fact that it's just sitting there open has been bugging me for a while. So I just wanted to close it real quick. Alright, there we go. So I didn't realize that there was ever an actual online dot hack game. There she is. Hugh Pow is that little fairy thing that's with Klonoa. I don't remember him from Klonoa 2. I don't know if he's in Klonoa 1. Now, this... Okay, what I'm seeing on my monitor... I don't want to take out my webcam and try to show it, because my webcam is very precarious in a precarious spot. But basically, on my monitor, there's one still image, then over top of it, there's a warbling, like, wavy image. But on my broadcast software, it seems like my Elgato isn't capturing it quite right. Yeah, it's really a weird staticky effect where it doesn't want to show the transparency effect, because the warbling layer is on a transparency effect where it's blinking on and off rapidly, and the Elgato isn't quite capturing it correctly, so it looks really odd for the viewers, but we'll continue on. Okay, aim for a belly. Now this thing here is an opera singer that's been transformed into this jar with lips. I don't know. Yeah, all the bosses are people that have been transformed by dreams, and then they turn into monsters and attack people. Ooh. Now the camera has this cool thing where it zooms in and out as I play. The first boss was this weird boxing themed monster. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's one thing. Klonoa doesn't really react in an especially distinct way when he takes damage. So I kind of didn't even notice I only had one hit point left. Now this stage here does remind me of the intro of Super Mario Bros. 2. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he clearly does have... Now turn back this way. Now you just have to avoid her bouncing around during this stage. There we go. And just turn back this way. Oh, come on, come on. Okay, that was close. I missed, but at least I'm getting the hang of catching and throwing the guys. So she grabs two at a time. Oh, I missed. Oh, I threw it. It feels like I feel like that last one should have hit her. But this stage with the red curtains and everything reminds me of the title screen for Super Mario Bros. 2. I know I was thinking that, I just don't know if I actually said that out loud yet. Because for a slow-paced boss battle... Oh, I did more damage and then died at the same point. Alright. So, when you play that dot hack fragment, are you playing with Japanese players, or are you playing with other people that have played this English patched version of the game? Serial Wars. I'm just curious. Okay. Are you... Okay, there you are. Oh, well, they're my... Yeah, the scaling... That's my first hit, so... I'm doing... I could be doing far worse. There we go. Oh, okay, I thought I hit her, but I didn't. There we go. Well, I think I should... One or two more hits should do it. Oh my gosh. I have no more hits left. I need to... Oh my gosh, please. Please give me... Okay, good. And of course I immediately... Okay, we did it. That was narrow. It looks like we killed her, but she's actually alright. We're gonna see what she really looks like when she changes back. Okay, that's what she really looks like. Musica. Oh dear. The townsfolk were suffering because of your singing. What do you mean? I dreamt of singing the most beautiful songs and spreading peace and happiness throughout the land. Brelly mentioned loving your songs. What? Beryl? Oh, Beryl. Oh, yes, I remember. I dreamt of singing a wonderful song to Beryl. but I can't remember the song. Hey Klonoa, can someone be taking advantage of people's dreams? Each time I tried to remember the song, a mist appeared and everything went quiet. Mist? It wasn't red, was it? No, it was blue. A blue mist. Thanks to you, I'm ready to sing again. Now I must practice a new song to sing for Beryl. Good luck, Musica. Thank you. Farewell. Yeah, if you could whisper that to me. What's it a link? Yeah, if you. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you could whisper that to me like you did for the link to the Let's see what this is. Okay. Okay, there it is so everyone can see it. So that's you playing the dot hack game? Okay. Yeah, because that's an actual... Yeah, this is an actual online game. So are you playing with Japanese players or are you playing with English players? Okay, well, English-speaking players that have had this this patch version of the game, or it actually does, this patch version of the game works with the Japanese players, or what? First red mist, and now blue mist. Actually, if I... hold on. Where do I... Okay, I don't want to... I'm not trying to interact... Okay, interact... Wait. How do I... Okay, so I put... The guy beside me in the pictures on PC using emulator with... I'm just trying to... I guess I'm just going to have to add another source. Browser source. Yeah, I just don't I haven't quite worked out a super easy way to dump things like... Okay, here we go. Oh, excuse me, let me move my face over a little bit. Alright, so here's what Serial Wars just sent me. You'll super train him on PS2. The guy beside me on the pic is using a PC emulator with the English patch. Alright. So this is a Japanese online game, and so enthusiasts have patched together an English version and can play it online together with other people who have the patch. Alright, that's pretty cool. Alright. So this is... The first was Gazaland, then Pyramil, or Priamil, and the third world is Geobob. These really do just seem like they had a random word generator running to create these world names, but... Foodland, Geobob. Hey, I'm hungry. We're in luck. There's a restaurant. I'm gonna play for at least another hour. Probably another hour, and I probably should call it there, but steak would be nice. I want a hamburger. Yeah, oh, Japanese players can connect too. That's really cool. Sometimes you see them join on Monster Hunter Online. All right. Yeah. Waiter, here you are. Huh? Carrots, raw carrots. I'm sorry, but Chef Chirin has disappeared, and there's no food. Not even meat? Unfortunately, everything was gobbled up by a huge monster from the mountains. A monster? Only these carrots are left. If this keeps up, the townsfolk will be gobbled up too. A monster with a huge appetite who dislikes carrots. It must be Wart from Super Mario Bros. 2 / Doki Doki Panic. Let's go and get our steak back. I mean, look at that little tiny... Hugh Pow is such a tiny little thing, and he wants a doggone steak. Like, you'd think Klonoa would want the steak, because he looks like some kind of cat or something that would be a carnivore. I mean, if you can see what he looks like in the art... Well, I guess you can, because he's up in the Game Boy Advance box art that I have in my layout. So you can see what he looks like. He looks like some kind of cat or something. Okay. Yeah, so this is the first Klonoa game I've spent a great deal of time with, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Because I rented it only once, and I enjoyed it, I loved it, to the point where I took it to my friend's house to play it on his PS2. But I can't say I spent that much time with it. Alright. We're getting puzzly right off the bat here. Yeah. And there's a key, a door with a key that needs a key. So we'll go and, Klonoa can pick up a boomy over and over, but it'll explode when the timer reaches 0. It's a new enemy type. Okay, so those explode after a while. Oh no, Nintendo, they're not clever enough to have the Game Boy Advance overlay. This is my doing here. I could just move this around. Now it's funny, like with the Nintendo 3DS, right? You can start up a frame, like when you start up a Virtual Console Game Boy game. You could have a frame that makes it look like the original Game Boy, but it's almost like an Easter egg. You have to like hold select as you boot up the system, and there'll be a game, like a frame of a Game Boy or of a Game Boy Color, and it's almost an Easter egg. Whereas with Sega, when they did their Game Gear games on the Virtual Console and 3DS, you could turn the frame on or off. You had all kinds of different display options. And I'm like, how is Sega putting out a better emulation experience on Nintendo's handheld than Nintendo's own Game Boy and Game Boy Color stuff has? It's kind of embarrassing. I'm guessing those are bombable blocks? No, they're not. So let's... I already lost a couple of hearts. These critters. Let's see what their purpose is in terms of the game design. Oh. I mean, I just kind of assumed that I'd be using them to bomb a wall somewhere, first off. But that's not the case. I'm just using them to double jump, like with other enemies, but there's this time element where I have to do it quickly. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance overlay is my own doing. And it's kind of... I had to kind of decide, like, okay, because, you know, these games came out on a handheld system, right? So to really create the experience of what it was like to play these games in the day, that's why I decided to sacrifice some of my screen space to have the Game Boy Advance frame. I think it just sort of helps with the mood of actually playing these games. Now, I haven't used this in a while, but when I've played Master System games... Where is that? I should have this. Yeah. I actually have this frame. Excuse me, I'm not even in frame. I'm not in frame at all here. I'm just doing this to show off. Because I have not played Master System in months. But I have this TV frame here of an old TV. Because with the Master System, you have this huge loading seam on the games. And on a period tube TV of the time, you would not have seen most of that loading screen. But when you play it exactly as it was on with the Analog Mega SG, you can see the loading frames. And even with Virtual Console games on the Wii, when you play Master System games on the Wii, you see that big loading seam. And this monitor, well, it helps with the atmosphere and the mood, the period mood of it, but it also helps cover up the loading seam, which would, for the most part, would not have been visible on an old TV from the time. So that's kind of my strategy for using frames. Like with with N64 games, you saw when I was playing Mario 64, I didn't use that TV frame with that, because when you use that sort of TV frame, it sort of crops out a lot of the screen. Whereas with the Master System, the way that system worked, Do I have to lure him? I have to lure him over here and then grab him. Because I can't quite walk under here with him. Yeah, so that's my logic for using overlay frames. The overlay thing. So I'm sacrificing some screen space, but I think it makes this stream overall look a lot more attractive. And it adds to... Because it's very difficult to use original hardware with handhelds. Okay, there's a cracked block, so this is going to blow it up. There we go. Hey, we got 2. I'm guessing this sign here is just going to use a boomy to clear away obstacles. Yeah, I was just explaining what I actually just did myself. Alright. Klonoa can pick up a boomy over and over, but it'll explode when... Okay, we've been here before. We've been here. We just didn't have the key. Now we can get through this door to the next area of the stage. Yeah. Oh, wow. 30 seconds. Well, not seconds, but 30-somethings. Oh, wow, he dropped dead. I kind of overestimated, because those don't just explode. Like a Bob-omb in Mario, they just blow up. And if you're near it, too close to it, you take damage. With these, they just sit... The frame that they're in is a hazard for like an extended period of time. Not for like... Affirmatively, the frame stays the same for an extended period of time. I have to get a sense of what they want me to do with this. So why is the timer on here so long? Oh, I see. I throw that one. Okay, I get it. I get it. Now that was the perfect... I love that. I love that little bit of game design right there. Like, the second you realize it's a puzzle is also the second you realize what you need to do. That feels so satisfying to have happen. Because at first I think I'm like, oh, I'm just running. And like, oh, I need to do something. And there's just enough leeway. There's just enough... Did I bamboozle myself? Did I ruin my game here? Do I have to go? Okay, yeah, if I come back up here. No, I can't. I can't do it that way. I just have to find some way to get across. I can see the 3rd star down there. Is this an area I've already been to? Yes, I don't know if it is or not, but I know I'm going to need to... Okay. I thought for a second that I made this area impossible to complete. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo has enough imagination to make this this Game Boy Advance brain thing themselves. Though I do think they did... for DS, I believe they do have some mode that has a frame like this automatically, where they show both screens. Oh my gosh. Well. Okay, so I'm back. My internet just went down for a few minutes. I have 0 viewers. I don't know if anyone's coming back. I don't know how accurate that is. You know, my broadcast software says I have 0 viewers. I don't know if people are going to come back in, as I was out for like 3 or 4 minutes, and I don't know if... I mean, I was only going to stream for another hour anyway, another 50 minutes or so. So I'm gonna put another 50 minutes into this. If people come back, they come back. If they moved on to people who actually have decent internet, then I don't blame them one bit. But I'm just gonna continue on with Klonoa Empire of Dreams. Okay, that's stage 1. We're on to stage 2 now. Alright. Is that okay? Those are the guys. Those are the exploding guys. Do I have to get the bomb up there somehow? Or do I just have to... Man, the way those things just sit around posing a prolonged hazard is so annoying to me. Narrow shows which way a bloomy will which way it will explode. The explosion goes through walls too. Huh. So is there an actual... The arrow shows which way they'll explode. Like, yeah, they have this area of effect thing. I didn't... Yeah, they have this... Huh. Hey, people showed up again. Yeah, sorry, my internet died. And I don't really have, like, I don't know, I don't really get much interaction with any of my tweets related to streaming on Twitter, so I didn't know how many people. My Twitter is at STSH. I don't know if even posting anything there would have been worthwhile. Because in the past when I've gone down and posted on Twitter, like no one apparently saw it. This doesn't happen so often. Well, I mean, this happened a couple of streams ago, but... I mean, I'm paying for the best internet my region has, and my district has much better internet than most people in the US have access to even choose to buy. So in terms of speed and stuff, it's as good as it gets, but it just sometimes and I'm using a hardwired connection and everything. I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to, but sometimes the web just goes down for a few minutes. So sorry about that. Thanks for whoever, whether the two people I'm seeing in OBS, SLOBS is showing that I have 2 people in here now. I don't know if those 2 were from the before when I was streaming for like 4 hours straight, or if they're just people who walked in, just browsing through retro. But I'm playing Klonoa Empire of Dreams for the first time. This is the second Klonoa game I've ever played, and the first Klonoa game I played was Klonoa on PS2, Klonoa 2. I've rented that, I enjoyed it, but I don't remember renting it a second time or beating it. I just remember being very impressed with it. I'm trying to understand what they mean by this. An arrow shows which way a boomy will explode. The explosion goes through walls too. An arrow. Where's the arrow? I don't understand what they mean by an arrow will show which way they explode, because I don't see an arrow. Like, no arrow is appearing. Well, let's look at the animation. Where's there an arrow in this? I don't see an arrow. don't see it. If anyone watching this who's interested in participating in chat sees an arrow related to these guys, you know, feel free to point it out. But if you're just multitasking or don't want to participate in chat, that's fine. I'm not trying to call out lurkers or anything. Because chat was pretty active until my web went out, my internet went out. Where is there an arrow? An arrow shows which way a boomy will explode. Where's... Is there something that the emulation is not accurate? Is there like an... is the GBA emulation imperfect somehow? And, okay, that's fine. No, I mean, I'm not trying... That's why I said I'm not trying to call people out. If they're cooking or whatever, you know, that's... I'm just really I find it... when you're finished, and if you're still at leisure to do so, I'd love to hear what you... Because I've seen... I haven't participated much in Discord, but I've seen a little of your culinary exploits. The closest... there are a couple of things I can make that are close to proper cooking. I mean, I felt really cool. I subscribed to HelloFresh for a short while a few years ago, but it was just so freaking expensive. And I'm not, you know... I'm busy all the time. I don't have time to cook, you know. Like, what? Where am I supposed to see an arrow? Where am I supposed to see any kind of an arrow? Continue. We're starting from the beginning of the stage. Why? That was not there before. That was not there before. Why is that there now? I died. Now I come back and there's an arrow pointing up. That was not there before. Am I tripping? It's an omelet served over fried rice. That sounds delicious. There's an arrow there that was not there before. Did something glitch out in the game? That was not there before. So is that something I could pick up, that arrow block? Oh! I must have blown... Okay. If I put that there, and then throw this next to him. 3, 2, 1. That was so... Okay, what must happen is, I came in from the left, I grabbed him, I threw that thing, it blew up the arrow block before I even got the chance to see it. That's... Yeah, that's some problematic game design. Because I did not even get to see the arrow block. I didn't know what the game was talking about. But, like, it would be nice to get through this stage, this world tonight, and then have the rest of the game to go through later. But on the other hand, I almost want to leave as much as I can, because I'm not going to go back to this probably for a long time. But I will come back to this. But I almost want to leave more of the game for me to have to play through. Because I will be moving on to other games after this. And I know what games I want to play. I'm not going to announce them at this point. Actually, since I'm here, let me take a look at my what I have lined up for next week. Well, and sometimes I could stream. Especially now that I want to do it earlier in the week. Yeah, how about... Yeah, I'll figure out something later. But I'm definitely streaming on the... What? When is the 1st? The 1st is going to be a Thursday, so I'm definitely streaming next Thursday. Probably maybe 3. I'll be streaming earlier in the week too, I just don't know when. I just haven't... I have to call people and work out appointments and stuff. See when I'll be around earlier in the week, but it'll be either morning or afternoon. Yeah, it'll definitely be morning or afternoon. These aren't heavy enough for me to float. Yeah, I do love my my eggs, and it really frustrates me that I don't know about other places, but certainly in America, eggs are almost like, unless with the exception of maybe Eggs Benedict, eggs are almost 100% exclusively a breakfast protein, which really frustrates me. I mean, of course, if you go to a proper, like, hole-in-the-wall diner, you can get eggs, like, anytime you want, but... Yeah, first... Okay. There we go. Now, what time? Did I have some... I'm gonna exit and re-enter the... Oh, I can't. I have to walk. I need a bird to get through. Well, I need an enemy, and the only available enemy is that bird. Okay, here's a heavy block. Okay. Now this all makes a little more sense. I just didn't throw the block at the right spot. I ended up throwing it in a place where... So why is this here? This is interesting. What? This is interesting. Oh, okay, I was about to say, did I really just soft lock myself there by doing that? But in about 40 minutes I'm gonna call it, probably, because I would like to stream all night, but there are things I need to do. Clear my schedule up so that next week I could stream a couple of times. Man, I'm gonna actually have to pony up for the Nintendo Switch Online subscription. Wow. Never thought, well, I knew the day would come eventually, because I don't play enough online games for Nintendo Switch Online to be worth it, but for Super Mario Bros. 35, that's like, okay, that's the game I actually want to play. I'm really interested in trying to figure out what they want me to do here. Okay, I'm coming back in. I know what I want to do this time. Okay. Grab the block. Grab this block. Drop it here. No. And I'm gonna come... No! Okay, I didn't intend to do that. Maybe, huh. No, I have to grab the bird. I'm just trying to exit the room again. You're back? Oh, you're back with Burger King. Yeah, Burger King, I really love their fries. I don't like what they did to their veggie burger. I thought the old version was better, but the new version actually does taste more like meat, which I guess is more marketable to a mainstream audience that's just like dieting or whatever. But it's not that, like, oh, it tastes like meat, so it grosses me out. It's nothing like that, because I don't eat meat, but it's just that it doesn't, it just is a really, the new vegetarian version of the Whopper, it doesn't taste that exciting to me. I mean, it tastes better in terms of tasting like an actual beef burger, but I just don't like it as much. It's just not as interesting of a taste to me, I guess. But their fries are still good. I mean, yeah, it's complicated, but now let's grab a bird. I just keep calling these guys birds. They're just some kind of weird enemy. Like, what are they getting at here? I don't understand what they want me to do. Yeah, my internet went out for a few minutes, and I lost a couple of viewers, but a couple stayed. So bless you guys. Yeah, I have the best internet, like some better internet than most people have access to, but sometimes it just cuts out for a minute. I don't know if it's my router and my modem, but I got it back up. I'm gonna play for another half hour. Next week, I'm streaming probably at 3 or 4 on Thursday. Yeah, 3 or 4 on Thursday. Or maybe even 2? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I want to say it because not that anyone cares about me, but it could theoretically be used along with other stuff to take a guess at where I live. But it's a good ISP. I mean, well, one funny thing that happened is at first, like my first couple of dozen streams went great, even though I didn't upgrade my internet or anything, and I was even using Wi-Fi. But then it started catching up to me, I guess. So I upgraded my internet, but I was still getting like lots of dropped frames and losing, and like where I had to cancel streams. And I was like, I'm paying for the best internet. What's going on? And they're like, oh, they forgot to tell you to actually come into the office and get a new modem. And because I hadn't got the new modem yet, they weren't actually charging me for the upgraded internet, so that's nice. I wasn't paying for something I wasn't getting, or wasn't able to take advantage of. Yeah, I have a feeling it's just... I don't know if it's just a certain degree of stuff that's inevitable. I remember once on... Okay. What am I trying to do here? Why is there a block here? Okay. What is there even to do here? I do not understand this area. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave and see if I can go any other way, because I can't tell what there is to even do here. Because there's a platform. Okay. There's that area down there. All there is a thing. I keep trying to call them a lump, because they remind me of the purple lumps from Rayman 2. Yeah, I don't have Comcast, but I have heard that a lot of bad things about Comcast. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I do not... Yeah, I just flat out do not... Oh, there was a key. I collected the key. I collected the key so fast, I didn't even realize that I had done so. Okay. Yeah, I guess I collected it so fast that I didn't even register that I had it. And I guess forgot that there was a key back over here. At least with these arrows, now this ridiculous area of effect thing that's going on with these bomb creatures makes... Oh gosh. Yeah, at least this area of effect thing with the bomb monsters actually makes sense now. Oh my gosh. And the arrow does not respawn. So I just have to come back and try this again. Yeah, there was this crazy thing that happened before. How do I... I'm interested in how to... Yeah, there's the situation that happened before. I don't know if you saw it, Serial Wars, where they had an arrow block. This arrow block is a new element that changes the direction of the area of effect of these creatures' explosions. Okay. Alright, I see what I have to do. I just have to crash it into him at the right spot. So I just have to leave and come back to respawn the arrow block, which just... I don't know why they don't make the arrow block respawn, because the enemies respawn because you know you're going to need them. There we go. Oh, and I die. Continue. I'm gonna have to start from the beginning of the... I have to start from the beginning of the stage. Alright. With only one doggone health. Alright, I have to restart the stage now because I didn't do that. Now I came in from this side, right? So I come in from this side. Locked door. And there's this bomb guy here. I grab him and throw him to the right, off screen. He explodes. When he explodes, he blew up this arrow box, which I never got to see. So the bomb guy explodes, blows up the arrow block, and then I read... So I never see the arrow block there. Then I read the sign, and it says, an arrow shows which way a boomy will explode. The explosions goes through the walls too. So I'm like, what arrow are they talking about? I wasted like maybe 5 minutes throwing these guys, saying like, what arrow are they talking about? Is it something in the explosion animation that I'm missing? I did not get it. But now, when he blows up, because I was wondering, in previous levels that had those bomb creatures in it, they had this weird area of effect thing, where the spot they exploded in continued to be a hazard for several seconds. It wasn't like in Mario, where a bomb just blows up and then that's it. There was just a lingering zone that dealt damage if you touched it. And then here, I got to here, right? And this spot here, okay, what I have to do, I sink down here, and I just forgot that I collected a key at this point. Or maybe I didn't even notice I collected a key. So I see this, and I'm like, what is the point of it? And I forgot that I collected that star. So from my point of view, I'm like, what is the point of this? Like, what are they trying to get at? And I thought there was some kind of puzzle that I had to do in this room, so I wasted probably another 10 minutes there. You got a bubble milk from a new tea, the tea from the new place. Is this a place you've gotten bubble tea from before? That you've mentioned to me, or is this just a new place entirely? Yeah, my internet wanted to be took us for a couple of minutes, so it just went away for a while. And I was able to get it back. So did you find any good Halloween paraphernalia at the mom and pop party shop you went to? New? Okay, entirely new. Was it satisfactory? There we go. There we go. And we're back at full health again. Now we're making progress through the stage again. We solved that puzzle before, but right as I solved it, I lost my last Klonoa, and I had to start the stage over. Yeah, there are these new bomb creature. I'm only going to stream for about another 25 minutes, probably. Well, actually, I would like to get through this world, but it's not especially likely, because these levels do take a minute to, These aren't like Super Mario Bros. Levels where you're in and out in a short while. Alright. But we've got 2 out of the 3 stars in this stage. Hey, we made it to the other side here. We got the triangle door. The last star should be in here. What's going on? Okay, here we go. Stand on the switch to keep the door open. A passing enemy or block placed on top also works. Are you going to Michael's? Okay. Yeah, that's a store I'm familiar with. I'm not even big into crafting, and there are a number of times where I've just gone to Michael's for all kinds of different stuff to, for just, yeah, they have things that are just useful in general, not even into crafting. Alright. I'm gonna play, let's at least get, I'm gonna see where we get in. You have to find a way to get a block. Oh, I know what I need to do. I just have to wait for him to respawn. Okay, there we go. Now this is an interesting puzzle right here. Your friends enjoying nuts and bolts? Well, you sounded thoroughly dissatisfied with nuts and bolts, Serial Warris. So, is he a fan of the first 2 Banjo-Kazooie games, which were more straight-up platformers? Is perhaps... Now the effect goes through walls. Now did I? Huh. Oh, he died again. Now, vision over. Now, it's a huge pain in the butt to have to restart these stages over and over. I'm gonna have to, if I'm gonna be successful with these, I'm gonna have to, okay, so if you throw an enemy at that, it doesn't explode, but if you throw a arrow block at those bomb enemies, okay, so maybe this game is just more Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts is just more speed than the actual platformers. Alright. Now let's see. What's going on? Oh, shucks. We get done here. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to find a way, long term, because I used a couple of continues here, so I guess at this point, the game's not giving... Like, before when I restarted, it gave me a certain number of lives. Now it's giving me 1 life per continue. So if I die, I do have to do the entire stage over again. Now watch. Okay, so if I throw an enemy at the block, nothing happens. But if I throw a block at the enemy, it explodes. We got the key. We advance through here. And so when he's at the right spot, we... Boom! There we go. Hit the switch. Grab him. There we go. He posted the final result in Kyle's Discord. The final result of what? Oh, the food. Okay. I'll take a look at it later because I'm a reactionary Luddite and I barely got the instant message, like direct message aspect of operating Discord down. But then when I look into like the community aspects of like private servers and stuff, I just feel like what am I doing? What's this? What's that? Like, So I don't want to make anything explode. Because there's some streaming thing going on. When I look at Discord, it says you are in streaming mode. I'm like, okay, I have no idea what this is. I just don't want to make my stream explode a second time tonight. But I'll, because I have managed to not fail it. Yeah, okay, so I have to grab this. Drop him off here. There we go. Did I get this far before? I don't feel like I got this far before. No, yes I did, because I did at some point get the triangle key. Oh my gosh. If I die here... If I die here, I have to redo the stage over. Why did I do this before? How did I even do that before? Oh! Please give me some lives. I can't keep redoing. Can I, if I go back to level 1, can I get some more lives? I think this is... Okay, I get the sense now. Okay. Okay, that's an extra life. Okay, I was gonna see if the game would let me farm lives that way, and it doesn't. I didn't realize that nondescript coin thing was actually an extra life. I see what this is now. Okay, I didn't realize... it didn't occur to me at the time that this... Oh. 3. Wait, if I keep... No, the 1-ups don't respawn. That would be too good, right? Yeah, it didn't occur to me that I was beating the level without having to find 3... Why was I having so much trouble grabbing that guy? Yeah, I never realized that those coin things were extra lives. And it's not that this level is so hard. I mean, that level I was on. It's not that it's so difficult. It's just that when I die, I just need to be able to not get sent, have to redo the entire stage each time I happen to lose a Klonoa. Okay. Three lives is respectable. I would have had more if... Is this the end of the stage? No, not quite. Come on, give me one more extra life before the end of the stage. I mean, at one point I had 7 lives, but I doggone lost them all. Got 4 lives. If we just can beat this stage without taking another L, we'll be good. There we go. Hey, 4 lives, not bad. Vision clear. Turn to world map. Go back to... We're gonna at least get through the second world of World 3. The second act of World 3. This, or Vision 3-2, I guess, is what the term would be. But we shouldn't need to take... Now we have a better sense of what's going on. We're gonna finish this stage and then call the stream. Oh no. If I... Actually, I'm just going to retry it. There's no reason to put up with losing an extra heart there so senselessly. Because I forget, I have to fly over here. I have to come over here, set up this block so the explosion goes upwards. There we go. Those are definitely not full seconds, but if they were, that would have been a very difficult wait to suffer through. There we go. Grab this block, fall down here, grab the key, grab the star. Yeah, for the first time I did that, I was scared I, like, somehow soft-locked myself into that room where the game wouldn't let me grab the block to move it out the way of the one-way door. Oh no, I needed that guy to... I needed to double jump with him. There we go. Double jump with him, get across here, and right across. Now that we have the key, we'll just use this to get you out the way to guarantee I won't take... You'll be in a place where I could easily avoid you. I like how that icon remains to remind you, yes, there was a key here, because those, without that, I definitely would have gotten lost several times. How did that not hit the switch? Alright, we have to do that again. Because for some reason they decided not to have the arrow blocks respawn. I guess there's some point in this, and later in the game maybe, where certain puzzles would be too easy if arrow blocks respawned consistently. Oh, okay, that was me being impatient. There we go. That's more like it. Yep, full health again, so we're doing alright. Now this is where I started running into weird... This is, I think, as far as I got last time. No, I got further. I just didn't quite work out how. Oh, shucks. This is where... Somehow I did this rather effortlessly the first time. Wait, do I? Oh my... I was trying to do... How do I get him to hold still? Is that what I'm trying to do here? Oh. See, look, I died there, but now I can just start from here. Instead of having to redo the entire stage. It's interesting that the enemies are not affected by the wind. I mean, gameplay-wise, I understand why they'd want to have it that way. Oh, you know what I did? I know what I did. I carried one of these guys over, I think? Is that what I did? No, apparently not. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. There. Alright, it was something... And I just got that effortlessly. I just did... Somehow I just got lucky, where I knew what I was doing, but forgot how I did it. Okay. This is as far as we've gotten. This is the room we game overed in last time. This is the furthest we've gotten. This room here. Okay. Don't forget the downwards throw is an option. Oh wait, I know what I want to do. I think. I'm going to use the downwards throw here. And I can get over and grab the arrow. There we go. I'm not going to grab the heart yet. Oh, these puzzles. Okay. Okay. Stand here. There. Throw that under. Oh! I like this puzzle. I like this puzzle. Okay. Yeah, I just died so soon that I didn't get to actually... Does the arrow's gonna continue the shockwave upwards? I mean, it didn't happen on screen, but... There we go. Yeah, there we go. I like this stage. I mean, this is... Why don't... You just gotta get to the end again. Which... I like how the block, they arranged the level. So now we just go to this level here. Vision clear. Now what I'm going to do... Hey, in about, what? Now let's go to the world map. I'm gonna end the stream in a minute, but what I want to do maybe is maybe just farm a few lives. Hold on. No, I do not want to. There we go. Excuse me, but... Oh, wait. Okay. It's just showing me the intro to that stage again. Alright, let's go through... It was this stage, right? Yeah, let's... Oh, hey! Okay, this was not the stage I intended to go into. But this was a fun stage to play through before, so... Let's farm some lives so that... I forgot about this stage. This is a fun stage. I mean, you already got one up anyway. Hey, another 1-up. Didn't really need the heart, but why not? It's in my... Especially if this is a quick stage to get through, this wouldn't be a bad stage to farm. Oh, I had to be in the air before I crossed. Oh, that was definitely quicker and I think far safer. That was definitely safer than the other stage I was using to get some 1-ups in. Hey. So each time we have 2, potentially 3 lives we can grab. Hey, woo, woo. Yeah, I got the 3rd one up that time. So if we grab all 3, that'll take us up to 11. Let's get 15. Let's get 15. And plus, this is a fun level to play through over and over. Alright. But, what am I gonna be... I'm probably... I don't know... Yeah, I have a good... Maybe I'll play this again on, earlier next week. I just have to clear up appointments to see when I'll be around. I know when I'll be around later in the week. I just want to see when I could stream earlier in the week. Because I have kind of a dynamic schedule where I need to see what appointments I'll have in my professional life. And the personal life too, I guess, but... So, each week I try to stream somewhat consistently. I missed the 1-up there. Yeah, I'll do it one more time. So next time, whenever we come back to this game, whether it's at the beginning... I know what I want to be streaming Thursday. I'm not going to spoil it in case anyone can't guess. But it will be the 2nd modern game I ever play on the stream. And that'll be a lot of fun. I do look forward to doing so. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know what 2 games I'll be playing. I'll be playing 2 games on 2 different systems, and I'll have to work out. I'll have to do some testing to see what the audio balance will be like. So I'll know what to set my game audio to so that it's balanced properly. Hey. 12. Oh, but this is... Yay! One more time. This is more fun than it should be. But my excuse this time is I don't want to stop at 13. Okay, we have 14. We're good now. Yeah, this is going to be my official... I know, like, in Mischief Makers, I know World 1-3, I think. I don't think they're referred to as 1-3. Actually, they are, I think, numbered in that style. World 1-3, Clan Ball Land, where at the very beginning there are a bunch of red and blue gems. That's where I'd go to stock up on health and on stock lives. And I actually used to speedrun. I really was more just me playing through the stage repeatedly, where there's one boss called Cerebus Alpha that I actually used to just grind and just play repeatedly over and over. And I don't know if I was going for time. If I had thought to do so, I eventually would have. But there's a point later in the game where that boss says, "Oh, I know you're my biggest fan." I actually did think at first that it knew that I used to replay his boss fight over and over. Okay, so... Excuse me, my keyboard. What's this lag here? Okay. So, I'm going to send you over to Pete Dorr. I think he's playing a sponsored game tonight. And he's a long-time pal of mine, and a lot of the reason I got into streaming, I couldn't have made it this far without his help and advice and support. So he's playing a sponsored game tonight, I think, and so I'm just going to send you over to him. I'm going to be streaming. You'll see on my About page on Twitch, and also on my Twitter, which is at STSH, when I'll be streaming next. Definitely Thursday, probably 2 or 3 maybe. or 4, but also earlier in the week as well. So thanks for joining me, especially through my internet outage, and thanks for watching.